Hello, world. Guess who? It's me, your host, the Sage of Zed. I'm back. Somehow I'm in some kind of a monotone situation. I don't know what happened with my microphone. We're going to figure it out. But until then, welcome. What's up? Hello, hardcore. Hello, everybody. I don't know what happened. My microphone is down to not stereo, so I apologize. I'm going to turn the music down, as always. Got some crazy intro music, but as always, guys, I always have that crazy intro, but I might sound funny. I might sound funny to a lot of you right now. I haven't been able to figure it out. My microphone went from a stereo microphone to a not stereo microphone. I didn't do anything to it. Like, nothing. Crazy, huh? So, I don't know what's up with that. I think it might be a, oh boy, guys. I think it might be a OBS thing or a Streamlabs thing. I'm going to try to figure it out. But, if anything sounds fun to you guys, or I don't sound right at all, please let me know in the comments so that I can try to fix it on the fly. I have no idea why it's been doing what it's doing. It is a stereo microphone. I think it's been down mixed to mono, maybe. Is that why? Somebody's saying check to see if it's down mixed to mono. Okay. Give me a second. Yes, it is, but I don't think that's something. Whoa, why? There we go. So now it's mono. Yeah, okay. We're gonna go with central channel mono. So if you are using surround sound or whatever, it should be coming out of your middle speaker. Hold up. Desktop audio is coming from the computer. Do not down mix to audio mono. Thank you. Okay. All right, guys. Well, welcome to the Sage of Zed show. It's just me. That's it. So yeah, no fancy backgrounds right now. I got the green screen behind me, and I got blue light running in the headquarters here. But we had an ISP issue on the last broadcast, guys. I wanted to apologize for that because we had. I have no idea what was going on. The week prior to last week's Sunday broadcast was an errant driver ran into my my pole, man. the cable box situation. So yeah, knocked out my internet for like 6 hours, so I couldn't do anything, So I apologize about that. But hey, we're here tonight. We got some shit to talk about. I am going to bring up a web page and show you guys the market. Shall we look at the market right now? I want to look at the market right now. Where should I go? Market. Let's go to market cap. Coin market cap, baby. Check this shit out, ladies and gentlemen. You are going to hopefully not shit yourself. If all the crypto shills in the world were convincing you to buy crypto in the last couple of weeks because it was going up, I'm just gonna let you all know. And I don't know. Maybe I should have broadcasted on Friday. Like I said I might. I should have. I really should have, because Friday night, after my Thursday broadcast, guys, Friday night, I liquidated all of my crypto. All. 100 fucking % of it. And they're like, well, what'd you put it in? Cash, baby. US dollar bills, y'all. And why? Why did I buy cash? Or why did I convert it back to US dollars? The value of the dollar went up. And I'm a daily Forex trader, guys. I'm not a crypto trader because I trade real fucking money every day. And that's how I actually became successful in general. Being an Army infantryman is not going to it's not going to pay you for the rest of your life. It might, but in 99% of cases, you're not going to be a rich man as an infantryman. I sold it. Will I buy it back? Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to buy crypto back. Especially when it dips to the dip that I think it's going to dip to. How about that? How about if you guys are holding Bitcoin right now, be prepared. Be prepared for a $48,000 Bitcoin. I don't know, man. That's where my buy limits are at right now. For Bitcoin, 48 grand. And like I said, I sold it all 3 days ago. And all I bought was US dollars. You say you love your country, you say you trust it, you believe in it and whatever. I don't know, man. Put your money where your mouth is. Cause there's some meme coins, man, that just blew the F up too. You guys want to see Kanye's coin went up 3,000% after he showed booty at the Grammys. No shit, guys. No shit. You want to see it? Let's see it. Here we go. I'm gonna show you, man. There it is, baby. Right there. Proof is in the pudding, as they say. Look at this shit, guys. Why is it going all the way over there on my screen? That's so weird. All right, hold on. I gotta unlock the screen and make it smaller. Let's do that. Okay. Okay, guys. I get a legit web page in here, so you can see it better. There we go. All right. This is not my account, but there's been 4 billion in volume last 24 hours on Solana, guys. Kanye's coin's up 3,000%. However, it's down 19% since yesterday, where it was up to $1 or some shit. It was down. It started out down somewhere around 3 cents yesterday. It's not verified token. Do what you want to do with it. It's at 50 cents. It's been 100,000 transactions. So if we're looking at new pairs, not Ethereum, Solana, and here we go. Looks like Jupiter Perps, Wrapped Ether, Tesla AI coin. Lots and lots of movement there. That is not legit. I'm here to tell you that's not a legit coin. That's going to get rug pulled to fuck. Tesla's not verified by CoinMarketCap. Do you honestly believe that that Tesla, the brand, is going to not verify? Okay, I'm not going to sign in, obviously, but no, guys, I don't. This isn't legit. It's a rug pull, based on the fact that people are fucking stupid. Okay, like I said, I sold all of my crypto 3 days ago. Why? Did I see this coming? Yes, abso-fucking-lutely, I saw this coming. Let's go back 3 days, shall we? 7-day chart. Where's our 7-day chart? Right here. Okay, you candlestick fucking like geniuses or whatever. You guys think you like know everything about whatever. Look at the community sentiment on Bitcoin. It's bullish. Am I? No. No, I'm not. I'm not bullish at all. Not short term. I'm not. This is when I sold it all. Right here. 1055. At probably close to that time, guys. On the 30th, right here. Probably around 11:20. I don't know. It was around 1055 or whatever, and then I took a little fee off of Robinhood and Coinbase. I liquidated my Coinbase account except for 2 coins, and I'm not going to tell you what coins those are yet. I'm just not going to do it. I don't want to influence anybody that you might lose money. Fuck it, right? I don't want you guys to lose money. This is where I sold all of my crypto on the 30th of January. 30th. Where's the 30th? At about it was in the PM. So, hold on. No, it was over here. Let me find it where I sold it, guys. No, I got 105 for it. Where was it? Was it at 105? Yep, right here. Yeah, it was in the afternoon then. I think my account cleared late at night, though, to be honest. I run a cash account, guys, so it doesn't clear until sometimes it takes a while. Even if it's... No, crypto should clear immediately. Well, either way, I sold it on the 30th, and I got it at 105 something. So that's all I know and all I remember. So what is that drop to where it is right now? 93, right? 105 to 93. I got a calculator. Times what percentage? Let's see, 90. Let's just do it this way. This is easier. 9,300. Whoops. 9,300 divided by what's 105? So I lost 12%. You guys all lost 12%. I gained 12%. Does that make sense? I put 12% into US dollars. So I'm going to turn the music off, guys. Sorry. I'm going to turn the music off. Right? I've been watching watch lists for Monday and stuff with different traders and stuff, guys. But that's not going to help you out tomorrow. Okay, what's going to help you out tomorrow is what I'm about to tell you. And what's going to help you out tomorrow is knowing that if you were to... Dude, you can't cash out crypto now. 3 hours ago. 3 hours ago is when you should have done it. Honestly. If you were even thinking about making profit on crypto, if you had it, here, I'll move. If you had it, it was when I sold it. It was on the 30th. And why did I know that this was going to happen? That's what people are gonna ask me. Why did I know that this was going to happen? Here's the high, all time, guys. All-time highs. Think about that. These are all-time highs in December right before Christmas. And then people liquidated a little bit because they had to buy Christmas presents. Happens every time. Okay, I can show you every fucking December for years. And it'll have a dip in it. Okay? No big deal. But does this look like my yearly investment chart? No. Because my yearly investment chart goes off of the stock market in the US dollar versus other foreign currencies. And what happened today in foreign currencies is what I really need to show you right now. Whoops. I got so many fucking windows open, guys. Hold on a minute. And I'm going to brighten up my green screen so you guys can see the charts. There. That should work. There's a delay, but that should work. There we go. Yay, cool. All right, guys. We're cooking. Sage of Zed show 100% today. All right. And our bandwidth is good. I'm at a really low bandwidth right now, though. So, no big deal. I would say no big deal. Shit. I also need to join our TeamSpeak. Wait 1 second. We're using TeamSpeak now, guys, too, by the way.
Connected.
All right, I'm in the room. Let me go to my own room.
Channel switched.
We got Opus running. For some reason, my microphone is only producing mono sound from the source. What is that? What is that all about? Oh, now it's got 2. What the fuck? Okay. I'm not gonna worry about the hardware issues, guys. I'm not gonna do that right now. So anyway, there's my debug file. Everything's running good. Okay. So let's bring you guys back into the fold here. All right. So what happened to the Bitcoin market? And this is our 1 year chart, but let's look at our 1 day chart. Right. You guys noticed this happened at about 5 o'clock, 5 o'clock my time. 3 hours ago. Like I said, about 3 hours ago, some shit went down. And I mean, everything went down, right? And we're talking volume in the $30 billion range. Just volume trading. Okay? So I'm going to let you guys look at that while I bring up a different page on a different browser, and then I will cut and paste the address. That way we can do this more quickly. So a new tab here, and then I'm going to go to the Forex markets. Okay, and you can do this. You don't have to use forex.com. They've been at it for a while. Okay. I used them in the past. They also give you 4% interest on your untraded money. I've also used certain traders, trading bots. I know you guys are all new to these trading bots, okay? But I've been using trading bots, I would say, since 2005. So for 20 years, I've been using trading bots on Forex. They're like, why aren't you a multimillionaire? I was. Thanks to lawyers, I'm not. But I will be again. It's only a matter of time. And, you know, they're like, why didn't you just fix it? Well, I can fix it. All right, guys, no worries. You can also, on Investopedia, you can get a simulator to do trades with Forex. I highly recommend that you do that. This is what I'm looking at right now. I just wanted to show you guys this. All right. Always have a simulated account for foreign exchange. All I wanted, though, was just the market info right now. I just use forex.com. I mean, obviously, we can just hold on. Forex market track. There it is. Forex Factory. Here we go. All right. So, 2 hours and 14 minutes ago, Trump said he will definitely place new tariffs on the EU, reiterating complaints about U.S. trade deficit with the bloc. So, if you guys didn't know, we had a trade deficit with just about everyone. I am way too bright. Can I turn the brightness of that camera down? Dude, I feel like I'm flying off the screen. It's so bright. Is that better? All right, whatever. I added a little bit of orange light to see if it works better. Anyway, will he definitely place tariffs on them? Yes. It doesn't have to be this way. Oh, God, it doesn't have to be this way, says Canada and Mexico, who have been screwing us in trade. These aren't these trade wars. Trump tariffs have caught markets unprepared. What now? Bullshit. Bullshit. This is bullshit. Home.saxo. You're full of shit. Okay? Let's see. It doesn't have to be this way, Canada, Mexico, and China say from CNBC. Yes, it does. In order to recover the value of the dollar versus foreign currency, yes, it does have to happen because all those other countries were cheating us. And the people who were in charge were less educated on fiscal policy, especially foreign fiscal policy, than the current administration and the administration from 2016 through 2020. The reason why I know that is because you can just look into history. It's not that hard to determine which economic system fared better. And don't tell me that it's economics from the Obama era and it takes 8 years for economics to catch up. It doesn't work like that anymore. It might have worked that way in the 40s and the 50s and the 60s, and it took 8 years. It literally takes probably like 2 years for the entire economy to completely shift. Trump is hopefully trying to make all of these what are going to be kind of birth pangs in a way, because they're going to be hard to bear for Americans, because Americans are too stupid to understand and too uneducated in the ways of economics and too media propagandized to even remotely think that they're being propagandized to by the media in opposition to what's actually happening. But the value of your dollar, the dollars and cents that are in your fucking wallet, the dollars and cents that are in your bank account, just went up by almost 15%. Okay? So what does that mean? The value of the dollar went up. Who's mad about that? Everyone who has a currency that's not the dollar. Do you understand? BRICS, China, Russia, India, all these countries, they don't want that. EU, they don't want that. They have the euro. They don't want that. Canada, they don't want that. They have the Canadian dollar. Mexico, they don't want that. They have the peso. Why would they want any of this to happen? They don't. Because the value of the dollar has been plummeting for the last 20 years. Why? Democratic policies. Democrats are dumb when it comes to fiscal policy. They're just dumb. They're influenced by other billionaires. Democrats are billionaires. There's actually more Democratic billionaires than Republicans, which is this huge myth that somehow the Democrats favor minorities. No, they favor rich Jewish or Catholic billionaires. Period. Understand who's in charge of you. Okay? That's why I'm not a Democrat or a Republican. Y'all think I'm a Trumper or I'm a whatever. No, I am a USA first person. I served my country for long enough to get a Army retirement. Retired. Okay? I didn't just serve 1 or 2 enlistments and then get out. Okay? I served my time 5, almost 6 years. Then I got out, and then I went back in. Anyway. Yeah. 1 second. Gotta use the flip phone. Hi. Got a delivery, guys. This is my hardcore DoorDash crew. Okay. Thanks. All right. It's all in there. It's all in there, guys. All right. Sorry about that. RFK is going to be so mad at me because I got fucking McDonald's. Anyway, it's all good. It's all good, guys. It might still be too bright. I'm being told it's too bright. Give me a second. You guys could just hold on a minute. It looks so good on the Streamlabs feed. It does not look. Son of a bitch. That's the other one. Guys, you're driving me nuts today. Huh? Oh, you guys are driving me nuts because I gotta figure this shit out on my own. Video capture. That's the one that's not on there. What about this webcam? Ah, ha ha. hold on. I might disappear for a second. I gotta configure some shit. Backlight comp. Ooh, I need that auto. No, I need that to 1. And then I need the brightness turned down. Because my face is fucking flying off the screen. Boom. Alright. Tell me if that's good or not. Now I look like I got shadow. Some kind of shadow syndrome. I look weird. Why would it do it? Okay. Alright, guys. You know, sometimes we just have technical difficulties, but we just handle it. You know, we just handle it in real time. That's how awesome we are here. It's actually me doing it, if you guys didn't notice. But maybe if I apply a different white balance, it's just so fucking bright, guys. I think it's so damn bright. Even now. Let's put it at 50. Apply. It's got some kind of weird ass gain though. That looks way better on my end, dude, but I don't know. I don't know what's gonna happen to you guys. So we'll see. To orange light to white light. Let's see what happens if I apply white light. It's gonna be too bright, isn't it? That's green. Or that's really blue. There we go. Alright, regardless, guys, okay, I can't fix it. I mean, I tried to fix it. I tried to fix the stereo and the microphone and everything else too, but I don't know what's going on. It's probably a Windows update. Something stupid. Alright. So what does that really mean? That they caught markets unprepared. That's a lie. That's a straight up lie. So let's see if we can find some other news. Right? Like MSNBC. Because that's where all the I don't know, that's where all the liberals go to get their news, right? It's legit news. I mean, it's only owned by Bill Gates. It's got to be legit. Let's check it out. Okay, not live streaming. I don't want that shit. Okay. Now, they're talking about their blogs. They're talking about Trump's new tariffs mean for the price of your shirt. You know, the price of your shirt is going to go up, but guess how much your dollars are worth? More. You'll get it soon enough. You'll get it. I mean, you'll get it, but you might not get it. I mean, you might have to take an economics class. You might have to like try to figure it out. But one thing that I don't like about Trump is the suggestion that they're going to get rid of the income tax. That I don't like, because what they're actually moving towards with that is not only a digital currency, but they're also moving towards, and that's the big part of it. But the other part is that they're moving towards a national tax. It's going to be a fare or a national sales tax. That's regressive, ladies and gentlemen. Regressive taxes are very, very bad. You don't want them. You don't know that yet, but you don't want them. Sales tax hurts the poor more than an income tax hurts the poor. Just for your information, okay? That would be an economics 101 situation. These tariffs are like an economics 401 type situation. This is a senior level class, okay? So if you don't go to college and you're not a senior in college and you're about to get your MBA and about to go on to other classes that discuss, you know, foreign fiscal policy and stuff like that, then I don't know, you're not gonna know unless you look outside for yourself. Do you see this kind of stuff? This is insane. Look at this. Most watched with Jen Psaki, the confirmed liar, our old White House press secretary liar. Look at this. How Trump's pettiness is putting lives at risk, Jen Psaki. He was clueless, Senator Hassan blasts RFK Jr.'s testimony during the confirmation hearing. I saw the confirmation hearing. He wasn't clueless at all. Kash Patel's attachment to Donald Trump is embarrassing, but it's paying off. What Republicans and RFK Jr. tried to hide from you about Medicaid? Nothing. Medicaid is a shitty system. I know, because I'm on it. And I had to come off of Medicaid and request to come off of Medicaid because as a disabled veteran, every disabled veteran is penalized by having to pay out of pocket for Medicaid every month until they write to Medicaid and their government and request that that fee be removed from their monthly check from the VA, and that monies get deferred so that the veteran actually just gets that money and can still continue to go to the VA without having to pay for Medicaid. I mean, you Democrats and believe this shit rag of a fucking news website. I don't even know why you even read it. If it's got a peacock on it, they're lying to you. Imagine that. You didn't know that? You know what the peacock is a symbol of? Hey, let's do it. Rabbit holes, baby. That's what this show's all about. Pretty much rabbit holes. And, if YouTube gets disgusted, it's whatever. There's people all over YouTube right now talking about the Grammys, and Kanye shows up, Kanye shows up with, and then he releases a meme coin. But look at this, guys. News for Kanye with naked wife. Right? You guys, like an hour ago, you guys are all worried about NBC Chicago, New York Post, Republic World, Yahoo News, The Wrap News, shocks fans. Kanye shocks fans with his naked wife. Kanye meme coin, guys. Kanye meme coin. Where is it? Should we go back to Coin Market Cap? Should we go back? You know what I mean? Okay, guys. If you don't know how you're being played, then we need to change your brain. Is what we need to do. All right. We're going to go on X. Oh my gosh, what is all that? We'll just look at somebody else's feed because I don't really care. No, I'm not signing in as me. You guys all know my email address. You can send business email there if you need to. If you don't, if you want to contact me, Sage of Zed, it is sageofzed@protonmail.com. If you want to contact me as Jason Hall, and you know me, or I don't answer any email on that on my personal email unless I know the person. That's thecoolestjason@gmail.com. So you guys can get both of that from my Twitter feed for the most part. I'm almost like 100% positive. But if you need to send me some email for business or whatever, please send it to the Proton Mail. It's encrypted, so I will open it. If you send it to the Gmail, I won't even open it. If you have an attachment, I won't open it. If you send me an email that even like remotely looks like spam, I've got all my filters on, so I won't even open it. If it looks like it's personal, but I don't know you and you're not on my contact list, I won't open it. So don't bother sending an email there. It doesn't do anything. Yeah. So, Dr. Disrespect got his patent pending t-shirts and stuff, guys. Check out the merch. That was cool. That was in the news. That's my gaming news. I don't. Yeah. So there. Yeah. Here we go. This is what I want to show you guys. Bitcoin down 7%. Ethereum down 16%. US dollar coin. It didn't move. It didn't move. Whoa. Why? That's Tether, by the way. Do you know that here we are on Rumble and there's some rumors, guys, of the Rumble takeover and X even. We'll talk about Tether here in a second. Look at Ripple, guys. Even Ripple, 25%. You guys been buying up that XRP like crazy, I bet, lately, haven't you? Yeah. All the Bitcoin people been telling you to just don't worry about it, man. Just buy Bitcoin and Ripple and you'll be good. And then, kind of fool around with some other coins. USDC, nah, didn't move. Binance, down 13. Binance is at 573 a coin, guys. I remember when Binance was 14 bucks. That's when I was mining it. So, holy crap. Or that's when I was mining Litecoin and actually converting it to Bitcoin. Now, check this shit out. This is next. Trump tariffs sparked trade conflict with Canada and Mexico. And just so you know, I don't follow Donald Trump. Look, guys, no. Do I follow these politicians? Fuck no, I don't follow these politicians. I mean, you guys think I'm all right wing. You'd be fairly surprised to find that I'm way in the middle. Not so hard in the middle. Look at all this stuff, guys. Hey, Matt, I appreciate everything you did for Midnight Society, by the way. If you're out there somewhere, Matt Lackey, Big Cadillac, salute, props, bro, everything to you. Everything was badass. All of the things that you made and shared with us, dude, I can't say enough about how much that guy supported a community. Okay, and I'm kind of flipping through my my Twitter here, guys, looking for news just to kind of see what people are saying about the market. Yeah, protests are protests happening all over California, just blocking traffic and doing everything. How are all these protests helping? Well, they're helping. Hopefully, they're helping you as an American solidify your belief that there are indeed bad actors out there that really, really do not want the United States to succeed. Without them pushing their culture onto our culture. And that right there is one of the real problems. We're not Mexico. Do you know what I mean? I mean, we're not Mexico at all. We're not Canada. You'll find that we have completely different histories on how we were founded. We have completely different beliefs. We're not indebted to the crown. United States citizens are free. I mean, some of them obviously don't want to be free. You can tell. They couldn't give a shit. Right? But, yeah, we are in strange times, people, where the Forex market, let's look at TradingView, because I wanted to, man, why is it always trying to, TradingView, let me copy that and bring it over to the browser that we're in. No more X for right now. The reason why I use X, guys, I've just seen so much. You guys talk about misinformation. Oh my God, there's only 6 people that control all of media. All of it. I've got my education is in entertainment business and automotive dealership market management. That's where my business degrees come from. Just so you know, okay? But here's our pairs. Euro to US dollar down 1%. That's huge. Great Britain pound to US dollar down 1%. That's huge. Huge, as they say. New Zealand dollar to US dollar down 2%. Australian dollar to US dollar down 2%. Look, Mexican peso down US dollar almost 3%. Brazil, kind of hanging in there, Brazil. Good job. Good job. That means they're supportive of the US dollar. Do you guys understand what that means? Do you guys understand? Okay. This is economics. I don't know. This is probably like a 301 class. You know, maybe your junior year. So let's just give you a little education on Forex. Okay, I trade Forex markets. Why? Well, look at this. Okay? Huh? I mean, if you were selling peso short, look. 6 months? 1 year? Let's short the peso. Should we short the peso? Fuck yeah. Short the peso. What does that say about my care for the people in Mexico? It means fuck you to the people in Mexico. Now, why would I be so mean? You see the chart? Am I being mean? Or was the last administration being mean? I mean, the value of the peso skyrocketed for the last 5 years, guys. Why? How in the world would the peso, okay, just think about it for a second. If the cartels are fucking everybody up over there, and everybody wants to get the hell out of Mexico and come to the United States because they're refugees seeking asylum because of the cartels, then how the fuck did the value of the currency of the country, like, go up from 4 cents to 6? That's 66% growth, ladies and gentlemen. That's 2/3% growth. It's almost, 66%. Where the fuck are you people? Do you know how to do math? Right? Like, I can use an abacus. Can you use an abacus? Do you know why Indian 20-year-olds get hired as engineers in the United States and everybody thinks they're so smart? Because they can use an abacus. Since they're 8. It's not hard to do. It's not even hard to teach. Except I don't think that today's woke teachers can even teach math. I honestly don't even know if they know math. Okay? Because they certainly don't know shit about economics. Because they're obviously in the media, they're all blaming Trump for tariffs because the value of the dollar fucking went up. Are you guys insane? Are you that fucking stupid? And I'm sitting here swearing at your face because you're that dumb. And if you're sitting here tomorrow believing the news and this market hype bullshit, look at this. Euro slides under $1 as flurry of news. Apple stock jumps as profit and revenue rise, but sales of the iPhone dropped. Wait, what? How the fuck did their stock jump as profit and revenue rises? How come they're making more money 2 days ago? Who else do you think converted their money to cash 3 days ago besides me? Why would I do that? I mean, I'm just a stupid infantryman. Why the fuck would I do something that smart? Do I have insider trading on all crypto? No. It's because tariffs went against other countries that hold our currencies. You brilliant retards. Okay? I'm talking about all you people, all you shithouse fucking coin traders, and all you shithouse lawyers, and all you shithouse fucking economics majors. knowing fully well that you're all psych majors anyway, and you're all just bitching at me because you think I'm some right-wing nutcase that just likes Trump. And I like his tariffs. No, I like the value of my U.S. dollar to be high, and obviously Apple does too, dumbass. So if you're sitting there with a fucking Apple Watch and 2 goddamn iPhones, an iPad, and an everything else, and you're fucking bitching about Trump, you're retarded. Because if you're an Apple stockholder, you might be in a better position. Because their CEO's smart enough to transfer, stock into cash so that the company has more money. You guys don't have to take an economics class to know the kind of shit that I know. You just have to fucking pay attention to the market instead of paying attention to the media. That's it. Turn the fucking media off. Like I said, there's 6 people, 100% all Democrat, by the way, that control all news media. All of it, 100% of it, even Fox, is owned by a fucking Democrat, guys. You're all like, oh, Fox News, a bunch of right-wing retards. They want you to think that. They want you to think that there's an opposite choice in any situation. There isn't. It's all fabricated bullshit to make your mind a slave to whatever the fuck they tell you to do. I'm just waking you up. All right. Now, if we do this, we're going to look at the rates, currency pairs, look at the Americas, just the Americas. U.S. dollar versus anything. U.S. dollar to the Mexican peso, 3%. It's up. Are you making money today? Why not? Tomorrow, Monday, are you going to be making money tomorrow? I'm asking you if you're going to be making money. For how much shit you guys thought he was talking about Puerto Rico, you can't even imagine how much he just helped Puerto Rico and the Puerto Rican people by making the value of the dollar higher. Look at this, guys. The Dominican peso. Now, why, if we have a Dominican Republic and it's never become a state, why is it a strong buy to buy the U.S. dollar against the Dominican peso right now? Why? Why do you guys think? Anybody want to say in the chat why they think that the U.S. dollar might be worth more than the Dominican peso? Is it because Trump hates the Dominican Republic? No, it's because the Dominican Republic is trying to use the peso and not the dollar. Why would you want that'd be like Illinois deciding they were going to use the Chicago peso instead of the dollar and then still want to be a state. I think Illinois is probably the farthest from actually being one of the 50 states. They're right out in left field with California, except I really believe that rural California is USA first. I don't think that the cities in California are USA first. I think they're either Mexico or China first. I'm just being honest with you guys. And that all comes from lobby money. But if you look at strong buys, what's happening here, guys? What's happening? Pesos are dropping. We get that. But this right here, look at the Mexican peso versus everything. It's going down the toilet. And that's good. That's for good reason. Okay? We're not going to prop up their government anymore so that their government can send all their criminals and all their drugs here. Because that's all they were doing to thank us for increasing the value of their dollar at the expense of the American dollar. If you guys don't understand politics, follow the money. They tell you to follow the money, but then you're all like, oh, Trump's a billionaire and so is Elon, so they must be all out for themselves. Durr. Do you know the Newsom family's owned California for the last 60 years? And then people can't figure out how he's the governor. It's like his family owns the fucking state. That's how he's the governor, dipshit. They're like, oh, it's a conspiracy theory. No, look it up. Obama, Barack Obama, when he was Barry Soetoro, who was his dad? Why do you think he changed his name to Obama? Because Soetoro is a billionaire and he was one of the richest people on earth when Barry became a senator. Imagine that. But you didn't say shit about Obama being the fucking richest guy on earth and he maybe shouldn't be the president because he's going to have a little bit too much influence. You're idiots. And that's why I'm here. I'm the Sage of Zed. Okay? I'm here to point out the obvious to all you people who think I'm stupid. Because I'm just going to throw facts in your face and then you're going to get fucked up. Okay? Don't do that. I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I'm not making shit up. All right? I didn't make shit up about anything that we've talked about yet. On this show or any other show. That's not what I'm all about. I'm not about making shit up, guys, okay? So just follow me. Maybe I think you'll learn something. Oh, and to you other guys out there at Hard, I am in the Hard Corp Discord. Sorry. Yes. Even though I'm permabanned on Discord and I swore I'm never use it anymore, I'm using the company account, guys. So yeah. Which is still our good account. Thank you, Discord, by the way, for not banning all of our employees' access to your app. For fuck's sake. We didn't do anything wrong, man. We didn't. I didn't. I actually didn't do anything wrong and got banned on accident. I think it was by their algorithm or AI. The lawyers are figuring it out. And no, I didn't sue them. It's just easier that way. You get answers quicker. Cost me money, though, to get answers, which sucks. Here you go. Here's the heat map. Ladies and gentlemen, I wanted to show you guys this. This is something I was looking for earlier. That's why I was looking on these other websites. I finally found the link. Okay. Now, you got this. This you guys can see. Okay. I'm going to prove my point. I might even post this picture on X. Okay? Actually, yes. Let's do this right now. Right now. No, shit. I don't want that. Hold up. Here. Boom. We are going to post this. Save it to my desktop. Okay. Now, I am going to go to X. You guys don't get to see this. But I'm going to make a post on X. Just for you guys. Almost done. Almost done. I was typing, guys. I was typing hard. Thanks for sticking around. I know this is kind of a lull here in the broadcast, but I have to post this because people just don't know. Um, okay. And there's also an X stream tonight, I guess on Threads. What is it? It's not Threads. What is it called? Spaces. My bad. Shit. Um, Talking about all this tonight. Doge. I don't know if I'm going to make it in there, guys. I'd like to do some live commentary sometime. I know we can do that on Rumble. Um, we could just jump in there. What's up, Master Cheese? Yeah, we can just jump right in there on Rumble sometimes, and we can talk about it live. As it happens. Some of these things that are live on X too, I can stop in live. I can't broadcast while I'm watching Spaces on X though. Like I can't broadcast on X while I'm watching Spaces on X, if that makes sense. I'd have to have my own Spaces. But I'm making a post on X right now, and I'd like you guys to all check it out. I'm gonna post it here in like 2 seconds. Uh, I don't believe in that. All right. So now I'm going to show you what I posted because that was the whole point. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. All right. That was cool. That was quick. Holy shit. Tax regulations need a massive reset too, guys. But like I said, national sales tax is horrible. It's a regressive tax. It's not something you want to. It's not something you want to see if you don't have $1 million. I'll just put it that way. Um. Okay. Here we go. Here we go. Right here. Do not believe the media tomorrow. The tariffs caused a 3% jump in the dollar against all other American currencies. The world is mad. Anyone that has a currency is currently upset. The mainstream media like CNN, NBC, and New York Times and other liberal rags are going to say it's Trump's fault. We're in a trade war. No, we're not. Anyone who has taken even an economics 101 class can tell you that the value of your cash just went up. If you have cash, not crypto, you are making a lot of money tomorrow just by holding cash. You might spend a little more money on a shirt in the near term, but your dollars will go farther in the future. Believe in the value of the United States. Our dollar is the best currency in the world. No one has our credit or our buying power. Do not believe the media. This is not a war, and if it is, we just won. Have some national pride. That doesn't mean you have to be a nationalist. That doesn't mean you have to be a fascist. What it means is that, oh, I am on the Google Tube. I'm on the Google Tube and the Rumble Tube. I'm on all the tubes and the things. I do the multi-stream. That's why my camera looks like shit. Because I'm streaming this thing out to two different things, and I don't know what happened to my sound, but these USB microphones are pissing me off because between the Blue Yeti mic that went monotone on me, and then they said I just got to replace it because it was broken. Now I've got a brand new headset that was stereo, and then I did a Windows update, and now it's mono. So I I think Windows just hates my guts. Maybe I just sound so fucking good in stereo that like they're like, no, we don't want to listen to them in stereo. We just want to listen to them monotone. That's it. But if you guys look at this shit. Okay, U.S. dollar against the euro, 1.39%. Against the pound, 1.1. These are real numbers. Okay, these are real track numbers. This is the heat map. These are real numbers daily. So this is legitimate. The United States economy gaining on other economies. If you don't know how much is traded in Forex next to crypto, I'm about to tell you. The crypto market could be up to a $2 trillion market in trading any given day. That's why they think they're so awesome, because they're up there near where the stock market is. Okay. The Forex market deals with currencies, all currencies on Earth. You're talking about trillions upon trillions every single day traded. This is your economy for your country. And we are, as of these tariffs starting, beating Australia and Canada as of 3 days ago by 2%. Which means, what does that really mean? We're gaining 2% annually on them when they've been taking advantage of us for probably 20 years now. This is probably something that Trump wanted to start when he first got in. But there you go. And our buying power just went through the roof too. So did our credit. So don't believe any of this media bullshit. It's all from the left. And if you hear media bullshit from them, believe and understand and know that whatever source you're looking at, whether it be Fox News, whether it be MSNBC, I don't care who it is. It doesn't matter who it is. I'm not on one side or the other when it comes to media. I'm against them all because they're all lying to you 100% of the time. There is a lie in there somewhere. Okay? Just because they give you 1% of the truth doesn't mean that 99% of it isn't a lie. And if it is only 1% a lie, it's a lie. It's 100% a lie. Okay? That's why I said 100%. Because they're all lies. All of it. It's to move your brain and your mind. It's not to sway your opinion. They couldn't give a shit about you. You don't mean shit unless there's 2 million of you saying dumb shit that they make you say. Ye's coin. Let's check on it. I don't give a fuck about my privacy rights. Let's reject all cookies. Where is it? 1 minute mark. Let's see, where are we at? 53 cents. 53.86, guys. 53.86 is where Kanye's naked wife's ass coin is at, which is a increase against the dollar. So actually, you know, Kanye's up 3,000%. Okay. I'm pulling that off of Radium on a DEX scan. I invested in Radium early. As a matter of fact, I'm an early adopter of Radium. Let's see what they're doing. Okay. It's got shit ton of volume, guys. And at 9 o'clock Eastern time today, it hit the peak at 101. Well, no, I guess it went all the way up to 139 for a second, but yeah, for a little bit. And peaked back up at 131 before dropping. Now we're up at 66. I mean, look. Look. Huh? Boom. It's not me, man. This ain't me. If you're on Radium's market, you want to save some of your money that you're losing. There you go. You might be able to swing some up and downs right here. I mean, this is actually this right here was not bad. If you got in at 5 o'clock p.m., you pulled some money. You made some profit, guys. If you're a daily crypto trader like myself, this was a good play. I wasn't even watching. Didn't didn't give a fuck, to be honest with you. I don't give a shit about Kanye or his naked wife's ass. Don't care about it, but I mean, if that's one way to do it, right? What else is in the news, guys? Throw something my way if you can, and we'll comment on it before I get into this other thing that I was going to take you down a rabbit hole that is going to blow your mind, dude. You're not going to want to be a Catholic here in about 20 minutes. So I'm so sorry, but like, oh, Bitcoin market's going to go with all the narcos being labeled as terrorists. Well, yeah. They wanted this crypto shit, dude. The Bitcoin market is decentralized. Yeah. But if you know some of the people that were involved in decentralization movement, I do. And it's also a reason why I didn't get involved in making 3D printed guns. I didn't buy the printer. I wasn't gonna like. I know people that I talk to on occasion. Some of them are anarchists, guys. Some of them are anarchists. Some of them are. I don't talk to any known fascists, or because I don't think there are any living since the 40s. So that whole word is used so often to just detract from what the actual fascists did to people. Same with the Nazi word. I don't know what the fuck people use that word for. It has absolutely no meaning to me anymore, which is really sad because they did a horrible, atrocious things to people. But I haven't done horrible, atrocious things to people ever in my life. But I've been called a Nazi so many times in the last 5 years, I can't even take it. And it's sad to me. And it's disgustingly ignorant. Like everybody is working on being an extra in the fucking the new Idiocracy movie. And I will tell you that 90% of Democrats that talk to me, I feel, are the dumbest people I've ever met in my life. And they might go to school, but that just means that they need to go to school because they need to be told what to think, because they can't think on their own. They have absolutely no thought processes on their own, no critical thinking skills whatsoever. And they're like, oh, so you just follow, your Republican masters. I don't listen to Republicans, probably even more than I don't listen to Democrats. But is the coin market going to go? No, the coin market's here to stay. But the coin market's going to explode in value as soon as you all buy into the US digital coin, which is going to come. It's not going to be called USDC. That is a stable coin. Okay, that's just a holding coin, kind of like a ledger coin. It doesn't do anything. There's no proof of work. There might have proof of stake involving some kind of an interest making scheme, having to do with people being able to put away funds as their own private U.S. Government-backed savings account, which would be similar to stocks and which would be similar to U.S. bonds trading, except it would be in a crypto form. If that makes sense. That's where I see it going, and I see that they're not going to be able to get the adoption of that without swinging social, I guess, not norms, but swaying social opinion towards crypto is safe, especially with the gold traders like Peter Schiff and all those guys. They're or Theo, both of them. They're gold shills. Um, I don't shill gold. I'm not sponsored by anybody except for Hardcorp, and that's my own company. I'm not sponsored by anyone. I haven't sold out. I had a Barks contract, or no, Balls Guarana contract, which is a beverage contract back in 2013. I turned it down. Turned down several other contracts for Hardcorp. People are like, well, why would you do that? Why, you can't do everything on your own and get with the kind of things that I envision getting done without having outside investors. I've done it for 12 years, so yes, you can. What else? Um, I don't want to sit here and listen to politicians talk. I don't really. So Doge has access to. This is what you're talking about, Master Cheese. I wanted to like kind of specifically touch on it. Doge has access to our treasury, and they're going to find out where we can save money. Is Tesla experiencing a bout of lack of confidence in their investors? Yes. So is Elon Musk the guy to lead us into the promised land? Um, no. But is he efficient at making big business make products and bringing them to market? Yes. Is he the king of making R&D money and government money go towards projects that are growing? Abso-fucking-lutely. And I don't think there's anybody else that's better at that. With that, that's the smart answer, not the emotional answer. Do I like Elon Musk? I think he's an alright guy. I don't know him, so I can't say I like him or not. Crazy, huh? If I don't know someone personally, I can't tell you whether I like him or not. Do I like what he's done? With what? You'd have to be very specific and be like, do you like what he's done with this? Do you like how he's scaled Tesla? Yes. Do you like how he's built SpaceX? Yes. Um, he actually, Master Cheese over there on YouTube. I think he's the best at delegating. That's no shit. You're right. Um, his ideas are clean, but that doesn't mean that they always get implemented perfectly. Look at how many starships he's crashed. But thank God he's not putting humans in those starships, NASA, as he's crashing them. So, I think he's doing it more efficiently, if not more humanely, if not more compassionate to human life. Is he a super genius? His level of intellect is very high. I would say he's over 150. Is he genius level? I don't know. I'm over 160. I'm not genius level. Genius is like your Da Vinci's. You're not Hawking. Hawking was not a fucking genius, for fuck's sake. He was a damn engineer, and he read a lot. Some people are just well read and well learned. That doesn't tell you what their intellect is, and that doesn't tell you what their IQ is, or whether or not they're a genius or have a genius level IQ. Does Elon have a genius level IQ? Close. I would say he's probably, like I said, he's probably close to 160. I don't think Elon's even as smart as I am, to be honest with you. I'm being completely honest. And I do believe that that Trump is also very smart, a very smart person. Clinton was very smart. He had a documented IQ of about 162, I believe. Probably one of the smartest presidents we've ever had. He didn't play off like he was very intelligent, though, which bothers me. But he was extremely articulate. He didn't fuck up his speeches. He could speak without a teleprompter, which Trump can do. Elon Musk can also speak without a teleprompter. As a matter of fact, Elon Musk has never once had a teleprompter in a major speech, including to like his company. So with that, that'll tell you right there that he is a very, very intelligent person. But super genius, no, not even close. All the people that work for him are super geniuses, though. Like all the people working at SpaceX, I would say, are probably really, really far up there on the intelligence quotient list. That doesn't mean that rocket scientists are smarter than everybody, but their critical thinking skills, astronauts included, critical thinking skills are fucking off the charts, man. And they're tested as such. I mean, the astronaut is not a DEI position, guys. Okay, and it's pretty diverse, honestly. Like, I would actually say that, like, being an astronauts have a pretty diverse crew, right? And yes, I do believe that we went to the moon. I am a moon landing believer. Woo. So yeah, I'm not a conspiracy theorist when it comes to landing on the moon. Was there video coverage of the moon landing? That's a better question. I believe that Stanley Kubrick was tasked with making a story. How about that? That greatly exemplified the actual experience that those astronauts had. And I also believe that the transmission from Houston to Neil Armstrong when he stepped on the moon was real. And I have evidence to believe, including several NASA scientists and former NASA rocket scientists that would confer that statement. And I believe those people because I know those people. Again, if I know you in real life and I know who you are and I've shaken your hand and I've talked to you, I can probably believe what you say if you say it in earnest. Like, hey, we landed on the moon. You can see the moon landing site from satellites that have since gone around the moon. So, yes, we landed there. We also shot a nuke at the moon and hit it with a nuke. We've tried to, see what that does. It has no atmosphere, so the radiation just obviously diffused into space. But, yeah, Master Cheese, I don't know, man. I don't think he is as smart as everybody thinks he is. But I do believe he's very, very good and efficient at getting things done. What about the astronaut tried to sabotage the ISS? I remember that, but I don't remember the story. I don't remember what happened with that. What's really crazy is what's going on right now. We've got an astronaut up there right now that's having trouble just on the day-to-day being alive. They've been trapped up there for 7 months, and they were only supposed to go up there for a few days. Now, people are telling me that there's enough food at the ISS for them to live. And oxygen, obviously, right? But like, how much food are they storing for all the other... Like, I don't get it. So they got 7 months worth of food for just 2 people up there? I don't know, how they're still alive, but they're going to try to get Elon to go up there and save them. I know that. Trapped in space. Here, we'll get this right now. We'll just look at it right now. With no ride home, 2 days ago, trapped astronauts complete the first spacewalk. Return delayed at least until March, right? And your hair doesn't do that, guys. I'm sorry. God, I hate that fucking picture, man. This image was made from a NASA live stream. Shows astronauts, blah, 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 during a press conference, dude. Where she had to hairspray her hair up like that. It's crazy. They're like, yeah, it goes up. No, just like in all directions. It looks. Anyway. I don't know about astronauts at the ISS. I don't know about that. I'm still not convinced the ISS isn't in a pool in Florida somewhere, to be honest with you. You know what I mean? I brought it up. Let me see. NASA. That's a bad article though. Hold on. NASA trapped astronauts. Let's check. Because Elon said he's going to rescue him as fast as he can. But it doesn't matter, dude. I'm looking for a picture. It doesn't fucking matter. Hold on. Let me give you this one. AOL. Now, all of the pictures. I literally just looked through 4 of them. It took me ample amount of time to look. Whoops. Let's just paste it in the URL. But she's got the same hairdo. Every time. Every time it's jacked straight up. Even if she's laying sideways, it's straight up. Even if she's laying sideways or whatever, it's straight up. As if the gravity is pulling it up. I'm sorry, but that shit bothers me. Here she is again. Here she is again. Here she is again. Let's just do this. Look, watch. It's fucking crazy. Stuck in space, right? Images. Watch this shit, guys. No, the one where she's in space. Hair up, hair up, hair up, up. Not this hair. This hair isn't up, but this hair is. Of course. Fucking weird. Sorry, guys. I think, right here. Look at this. Huh? Same hair. Same hair. None of it's down. None of it. They're like, that's how it works in weightlessness. Mm-hmm. Talk to me all you want about the weightlessness. I don't care. Anyway. It's hairspray. Some of it's hairspray. And it just like, why do that? Why even do that? If you're not faking the whole thing. I don't know. I don't know if somebody's up there in a space station or not. I don't even know what they do up there except for lose weight and not eat or something. Who knows? Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Like they got to have shit in their hair. I don't know. I have no idea. But I can't even wrap my head around that. Having enough air, having enough food for 7 months for those people. Then just be trapped up there, and then NASA's like, sorry. We were going to come get you, but then we just said, fuck it. And they're like, well, we can't afford to send anything up there. Why? And don't you dare fucking tell me it's because of Trump, cutting federal funding. Holy shit. You want to talk about a fucking fiasco. Do you guys remember all of the Democrats saying that the federal funding was going to affect grants and scholarships and that nobody was going to be able to go to school? Oh my God. And nobody was going to get any help and none of it even affected any of those programs? They're like, oh, my pork barrel fund didn't come in today. Oh God. What do I do? Oh, I better tell the world that they're cutting Social Security. Yeah, we'll say that. Lie. Dude, just chill the fuck out. They're like, oh, I just want to see Trump fail. Why? You realize that if you want to see Trump fail, you want to see the United States fail. Because he's not looking to have a bad record. He doesn't lose billions of dollars because he's like, oh, I want to look like shit in the future. I want history to look back and go, damn, that Trump guy. Why don't you just let him succeed so that America can be better in the future? Not worse, like we are now because of the last 4 years of the most absentee president in history. This guy vacationed more than he was at work in the last 4 years. And he actually vacationed for more days. I can't even, dude. Look it up. Just look it up. I don't even want to do it right now because it just makes me almost want to fucking cry. We didn't even have a president for the last 4 years. If you guys weren't, like, he just got on TV every now and then to fucking cuss at people or bitch about shit. Or what, pardon 8,000 people? Here's a question. I want everybody to answer it for me if they can. Why did he pardon a standing military general? And how the fuck does that work? I mean, what felony was committed? Not would be committed, but was committed. You don't need a pardon if you haven't committed a crime. Fauci, why? Biden's entire family, why? Well, we all know why, but half of the country doesn't even want to admit why. You don't see it happen very often where it's that belligerently out in the open that people are pardoning their own criminal family practices. You know? I mean, for fuck's sake, Nixon didn't even pardon a bunch of people. He got caught with his hands in the cookie jar, but that's about it. Like, considering half the shit that Obama did that y'all don't even want to talk about, you don't even want to remotely talk about it. And I don't even care to bring it back up because you're all like, oh, you just hate Obama. True. I hate every single politician and president pretty much ever in the history of the United States government. There you go. You know? Thank you for serving our country and enriching yourself proudly. 100% of politicians. There you go. You had the good idea when you first got into politics, but then you fucked it up. By the way, fuck around and find out meme coin on Solana's up almost 100%. So you see how far into idiocracy we actually are, ladies and gentlemen. We are far into the idiocracy. We are way into the fear level. And people are going to sell. Market cap dropped 11% on crypto. And that happened, ladies and gentlemen, in the last day. We're looking at 115 billion in volume. Although the ETF's net flow is up, looks like they're shorting ETFs too. So if you are heavy Bitcoin ETF, hang on for the ride tomorrow, guys. If you are heavy meme coin, you're probably doing okay today. But especially if you're up in here, the some of the new pairs, but this is a trending pair, gainers and losers. Let's go up. And on the last 24 hours, we got Musk coins up there. Everybody's up there. Deep Seek, Deep Waters, Deep whatever, deep bullshit. If you're throwing all your dollar bills into this bullshit, you might be able to make your money back and then cash out with some dollars. But I'm telling you, right? Yeah, Donald upset market coin. Here you go. Pump.fun is up 200% in the last hour. So anyway, 1,000 coins volume, something like that. You know what I mean? Super low. All these are super low volume. They're just new. I don't ever buy any of it. Ever. But our stranded person, we got our stranded person. We talked about that. That's ridiculous, but oh, so stud, when are we getting Hardcoin or SageCoin? Hardcoin is in our business plan. Hardcoin was developed in 2013. It's called hard currency. It's an actual coin. Don't look for it. It's not on any of the markets. It's a proof of work and proof of stake coin. I can give you all that information because I wrote it. So yeah, don't get me started. Don't encourage me. Now I've already finished my coin. Here's the problem. This is the big problem. What major cryptocurrency market do I attach it to? That's question number 1 for the last 10 years of my life. And what the coin is for is to pay people. It's a way to pay employees based on proof of them doing work. So, and it's validated. So it has proof of stake also, which allows for employees to invest in their own company. And as a member of Hardcore in the future, you will also have access to that coin. And that's why my business plan is about a 30-year plan, which is about 4 years behind right now. And the reason why it's behind is because I couldn't sell enough computers. And I can't market myself very well against the total onslaught of anti-conservative corporations out there. So there aren't that many big corporations that want to give me money or investment money for a coin that is damn near perfect. If they can't manipulate the coin on the back end somehow to benefit the founder of the coin, they're usually not made. Does that make sense? That's why I don't buy meme coins, because I couldn't give a fuck about anybody who starts a meme coin. Just like I couldn't give a fuck about anybody who starts an NFT corporation or a company or a game. I couldn't give a fuck about you. But I'll invest in you if I think you're going to be worth something in the future. But it's more or less me throwing money away, like most NFTs. And I'll say it right to their CEOs. Because most of these founders of these NFT companies are total greedy bastard, borderline criminal racket founders. So, yeah, that's where I'm at with most of crypto, most of NFTs, most of everything. I have a coin. And if there is a company that wants the first $1 trillion coin, because it would not sell, if you will, every single corporation in the country would very much like to have the most secure proof of work coin that it could be available. I mean, that's a no-brainer. If you can't break it, then I've been a Java programmer, and I've been a computer programmer since I was 8 years old. I've been a Java programmer since I was 22. C++ programmer since 23-ish, 24, I guess. I started learning more object-oriented programs. But I wrote the coin to found my company with. And if you bought shares in my company, then you will and would have had access to it, or at least vague access to it. So in the future, if Hardcore decides that the people involved in Hardcore want to encourage other people to come to Hardcore, then it will get released eventually. It's a matter of me not asking someone for $1 million to get the coin kicked off. And there's a lot of people who say that there's not, there's a bunch of people out there that'll make a coin for less than $1 million. No, there aren't. There aren't any. You can make a meme coin for nothing, but it's a meme coin, and I'm not gonna stake my reputation on something that's not going to be successful, that I know 100% positive is not going to be successful right off the bat. Um, the question then becomes pay processors and all the infrastructure like card readers being deployed to POSs. Yeah, that's a limiter too. However, the first Bitcoin ATM machine was at a place called Central Texas Gunworks, and a guy named Michael Cargill owns that. Bitcoin ATM in Austin, Texas. You can go to Central Texas Gunworks and you can see the first Bitcoin ATM machine in Austin, Texas. And I also invested in the company that builds the Bitcoin ATM machines, the first ones. So I don't, that's a no-brainer. They're coming. Bitcoin's not very easy. Coins in general are not easily adopted, and I know why. They did not want the dollar to fall. They did not want the value of the dollar to fall, knowing that Americans are going to be the first and most early adopters. They didn't want all of American people to put all their money into crypto because it's foreign investment. It's not American investment. You're not investing in American companies when you're investing in Bitcoin. You're not. You don't know that, but you're not. But you thought you were investing in American companies when you're investing in the Bank of America too, but you're not. It's a Canadian company. Look at who owns it. Look at who owns what. Look at which companies own what. What major conglomerations own who. And then you can decide whether or not you want to sell your soul to a corporation through sponsorship. And I haven't ever, not one time. Never will I do it. I will not sell my soul to a cryptocurrency. I won't be tied to any of that bullshit. And if I am the founder of a cryptocurrency, it's going to be lockstep perfect from the very beginning, and it's going to be honest and fair, and it's not going to rug pull anybody. And every single board member of my company has the exact same level of say in my company. It's a round table company. People don't even understand what that is. It's also an S corp, which means it's a small corporation. I can't have more than 100 board members ever, or 100 shareholders ever, which means my shareholders are other companies. See how that works? It's easy. They could be a corporation. They could have 50,000 members, but they only own 1% of my company. And they'll never own more than 1% of my company. How about that? Because it's not allowable. It's in the policies. It is a shame that I can never take more for somebody who wants to be involved in my company. I can't give them like 49% of my company and then ask for a couple $1 million valuation. That's why no hard coin. That's why no hard currency. Because someone, in order to make that currency happen, would have to give me $10 million. And that's only 1% of what the currency would be worth. Who's going to give you a $10 million loan for something that's so speculative, Oh, shit. What happened? Streamlabs is busting people on YouTube, guys. That stupid bot. Streamlabs is about to get shit canned from me. I'm just throwing it out there. They hate Rumble, right? They're processing me down at monotone voice. Even if I try to cast with the stereo, it fucking downgrades it to mono. It sends it out the left channel, like by default, even though it's got a stereo input. And I feel like they're trying to limit my bandwidth. So they're pissing me off. That's all there is to it. I can use OBS just by myself and stream on YouTube in 4K. almost at 120. That's how much bandwidth I have. So it's almost pointless. The only thing that Rumble does for me is allow me to say fuck more than often. I think that's about it. Um, and yeah, so I don't. These video programs that allow everybody to get their 15 minutes of fame is they're just a bunch of fly by night bullshit people. I mean, if they cut me off, fuck it. I never cared before, but I do care to get the word out. Um, you know, test. It worked. It did work. It deleted if you put like I don't know a paragraph or something on there. I don't know why it. I honestly don't know why it limits the chat like that. It shouldn't. I'm gonna look into that actually because it does that on YouTube and it hasn't. It hasn't been so picky on Rumble. Like I said, I'm multi-streaming on both. But what did we want to get into today? It was something that we didn't get into before. That I wanted to get into, and I know I told you guys about. The Catholics aren't going to be happy when I go over this. But something happened, and I have to have it on video. I have to document this, guys. I have to. And because something happened. Okay. This right here is going to be the most important 5 minutes of the news for the next 2,000 years. And it happened in November, and nobody saw it happen. Nobody was paying attention to this situation. Nobody was paying attention to this, and I'm fucking pissed that all of you, as a collective human race, cannot see it. And this is what I want to wake you up to. Hopefully people clip this. Hopefully you guys share this part. I'd love for you to share it with as many people as you can. It's going to wake you up. What did I do a search of? I searched for Simon Peter's grave, hit by an Israeli attack. Who is Simon Peter? Can we all agree that we know who Simon Peter is? Okay. Who is St. Peter? We won't get into him yet. We won't get into Peter Pan yet. But hang on. All right. Here we are. Is this about the scanning of the Vatican? No, this is gonna blow your mind. This is gonna blow your mind. You're give me a second. Okay. Israeli forces blow up the historic shrine of Shimon. Shimon, what does that mean? What is that word? Simon. That is Simon, not Shimon. That's Simon. It's a terrible way to write it. They don't have to write it like that, okay? It should say Shrine of Peter. Why doesn't it? Well, we'll get into this, okay? Video footage shared online. These are plumes of smoke of them destroying a religious shrine in the village of Shama in southern Lebanon. Where's Lebanon? Can we do this? Syria. Where's Syria? Syria is just north of Jordan. And it is, well, I need to do this for you guys. I need to do this because I don't want anybody to be mistaken about where things are located. Okay? World Atlas. That'll be good. That'll be good, right? Here. Syrian desert, right? Oh, geography of geography. I'm ridiculous. Now you guys can see it real clean here, I think, right? No? Oh, what's wrong? Oh shit. Okay. All right. I'm retarded. Give me a second. Forgive me for saying retarded. I don't really mean any disrespect. I'm just dumb sometimes. Where is my Chrome window? Here we go. Boom. Boom. Ha! Cool. This is the... Okay, now. This is a very accurate map. It is. Jordan. And Syria. Just like I said. Just north of Jordan, right? So, let's back this up. Jordan down here. Iraq over here, guys. Right? Right next to the Syrian desert. We've had people in this area near Azawar for a long time. U.S. forces, probably since 2001. Then here's Israel. If you don't know where the country of Israel is located, Gaza Strip is right here on the coast. Okay, Golan Heights, up by the Golan Heights would be up here. Anyway, here. Shit, sorry. Easier to see. Here's Syria, Golan Heights, Israel, Lake Tiberias. But it was the Sea of Galilee before it was named Tiberias. So you know what we're doing. Here's Jordan River. Okay. Now, if you look on here, this map has selected ancient sites on it. I want you to see something here. There's an ancient site here. There's also an ancient site here. Okay? Kokav HaYarden and Pella are very important, very, very important to the Christian faith. Specifically, this city, which used to be up here. And it's both places. There's like, it's almost like a ridge of a mountain that comes down into Pella. That's where Jesus was actually baptized. Here, not down here. They say Bethany across the Jordan. Bethany is here, and across the Jordan is here, and right here in Amman, or in Jordan, there is a military base right here on the corner, just north of the Dead Sea, on the Jordan River, and that's where across the river from Jericho is where the modern archaeologists and modern Christians and modern Jews and modern everyone thinks where John the Baptist baptized Jesus. Why am I bringing this all up? You're all like, dude, you're talking about John the Baptist and all this other stuff. I'm going to show you why. I'm going to tell you that the church that came about from Peter and Paul is not the same church that came from Jesus Christ, John the Baptist, and James. It is a different church. It is not the same church. They don't believe the same way. They don't even think the same. So what does that mean? That sometime prior to 60 AD, sometime prior to 60 AD, there was a rift in the church between Peter and Paul, who formed Catholicism as the leader of said church from the very beginning as the first pope, Peter. Then Paul, with all of his writings, including Acts, through Luke, because I don't think Paul was much of a writer, to be honest with you. Okay, he studied under Aristotle, and he was of Ptolemy thought, and he was a student of Peter. I believe that he was an apprentice of Peter. I also believe that he was a lover of Peter. I believe that 100%. If you watch my program enough, guys, I know you're all screaming blasphemy right now if you're Catholic. I don't care. I can prove it. I know it sucks. Sucks to hear, but I'm going to prove that too. So just hang in there. St. Peter's Mausoleum. Let's listen. Okay. Sadness and anger. Christians, please wake up. Israel destroyed the mausoleum of Simon Peter, the apostle of Christ, in the village of Shammah in southern Lebanon. Okay. Listen up. Right now. This is what I want you guys to share. We're at the 2-hour mark of this video, but from this point on, I want you to share this with everybody that you know, especially Christians. Because if they don't understand what happened here, they're never going to understand why wars are happening, why shit in Israel's happening, why everybody's asking for us to support them. Us, meaning Christians who believe in the kingdom of Jesus Christ. Not just believe in God, not just believe in the Trinity or whatever the Catholics made up or the Protestants made up. Christians. The kingdom of Christ is upon you, and you are being lied to about it. And I'm going to show you why. For thousands of years, you've been lied to. And I'm mad. So pay attention. St. Peter's Mausoleum in Lebanon was bombed by Israel, okay? But I am not mad about that. What I want you guys to look at is the fact that this is Simon Peter's grave, the apostle of Christ. Simon Peter was buried where? In the village of Shammah in southern Lebanon is where Simon Peter, the apostle, St. Peter, is buried there. Remember that. Don't forget that part. Simon Peter, known as Shimon Bar Yonah, Simon of Jonah, otherwise known as Cephas, that's the Greek word. That's the Greek word for Peter. Not Petra. Not rock. Cephas. Kephas. What is that? What is that word in Greek? What is that word in Greek? Is Cephas and Peter the same person? The much earlier writer Paul. False. John is not John of Patmos writing later. John is John. John the Apostle, John the Baptist could write. As a matter of fact, the Nabatean king considered him not only his best friend, but a peer. And he sought him for matters dealing with of who John was a priest, okay? And the king of the Nabateans and the royal family sought him out. The only reason that John the Baptist was even killed was because of the Nabatean's daughter. The king of the Nabateans' daughter married someone else. She married Herod. Uh-oh. So Jesus Christ did exist? Yes. Yes, he did, as a matter of fact. And Paul, it was not an earlier writer. Stop saying that. When they wrote about Masada, in 66 AD, Paul was already dead. That gives you a little bit of perspective. Just think about it. Think about it. He was already dead. So Paul's account is not before. He died between 64 and 68. Peter did. No, trust me, he died before 66 because he was not at Masada. Why wouldn't he be at Masada if he was the leader of the church? If he was the leader of the church, why wasn't he there? James was there. Do you know that the son of Judas, the one they called Iscariot, his son Menachem was there? How was his son there if he died? If he died and committed suicide, then how did he even have a son? You guys need to think about your stories and whether or not they're true. Maybe do some research. Maybe follow what I'm doing here. Okay? Who was Simon Peter? Well, Jesus Christ called him Satan in the Bible. He said, "Get behind me, Satan." Matthew and Mark both said that he said this. Matthew and Mark. Now, are you going to tell me that Paul came before Matthew and Mark too? Because John met Jesus way before Matthew and Mark met him. Well, why wouldn't he write about it before he died? Get your shit together, Christians. Get your shit together. I'm sorry. I'm so fed up with it, man. You guys pushing bullshit from your pastor pulpits. Look it up. Jesus is warning Peter that he must be willing to give up everything in the world, to face the hardships and persecution, to be a Christian, to believe in Jesus Christ. Not to be the top church in the fucking land, not to be the top church on the earth, not to control the world. Not to make the world bow, not to make the world give you 10%. That's not what he said. He said, "Get behind me, Satan," where Jesus tells Peter to go away. Let's take it into context. Can we take it into context? For you are setting your mind not on divine things, but human things. But the things of men, says Matthew. Get behind me, Satan. You are a stumbling block to me. You are a stumbling block to me, Peter, says Jesus Christ. Your mind is not on divine things, but human things, but the things of men. You do not have the mind in the things of God, but you have the things in the minds of men. Jesus Christ speaking about Simon, Peter, Saint Peter, Peter the apostle. Yes, he called him Satan. He wasn't out of context. He wasn't out of context. Jesus Christ is never out of context. Now, we're going to talk about another Simon real quick. Simon Magus. Who is Simon Magus? It's going to bring this up. I know who Simon Magus is. Some of you know who Simon Magus is. He's also called Simon the Sorcerer. Why was he called Simon the Sorcerer, you think? And was his last name Magus, do you think? He was a Samaritan Magus. Look at this. Simon was a Samaritan Magus, or religious figure. Oh, a religious figure. Magus, or Magi, is the term for priest of Zoroastrianism, of which Stephen was a student. He was also an apostle. He was also the first martyr. Stephen was a contemporary and friend to Simon Magus. Who was Simon Magus? I'm going to tell you who Simon Magus was. He is the great-grandson of Simon the Righteous. Do you know who Simon the Righteous was? Simon the Righteous baptized the infant Jesus. He was a Magi. This isn't the right one. Oh my gosh. Now there's another one. Okay, now there's another Simon the Righteous. Awesome. Great. Oh, Jesus Christ. I'm sorry. Fuck Wikipedia. That didn't work. Not Simon the Just. He was old. The other Simon. Okay, fuck it. Doesn't matter. I don't need to prove it by that. There was a great grandfather to this Simon, grandson of Jaduda. It's getting kind of. Talmud accounts of this righteous rebuilt the walls, which turned out by Ptolemy Soter in the Temple of Jerusalem. Disciple of Simon the Righteous. Anyway. Regardless, the guy's Simon the Righteous, the one that baptized him, the one of the Magi that came with the gifts, was Simon the Righteous. Okay, he was a Samaritan Magi, also called Magus. Why do you think that there's a MAGA movement? It's Apollo's priesthood. And you better believe that Donald Trump believes that he is the next incarnation of Apollo. He believes that wholeheartedly. He is not a Christian. He is a believer in himself. He is a Peter. He is a Satan. Oh my gosh. You're all going to hate me, aren't you? He's called a sorcerer because Simon means sorcerer. It's a title, ladies and gentlemen. Simon means sorcerer. So is Peter a sorcerer? Yes, sorcerer Peter. That's what Simon means. However, check this out. According to Acts, Simon was a Samaritan Magus, or religious figure of the 1st century AD, and a convert to Christianity. Like I said, he was a contemporary of Stephen, but he was baptized by Philip, the evangelist, who was also an evangelist of. There were different parts of Zoroastrianism incorporated with how Christ approached certain groups of people, especially the Iranian Persian. Okay? The Persians didn't even come yet. They were much later. Islam, much later. 700 years later, guys. Think about this. You don't understand that anything that stemmed from Islam might have come from the Romans when they killed off the Nabateans who controlled the Silk Road. The Nabateans did believe in old Iranian Ishmael stories. They were the descendants of Ishmael. Some of them. The royal family, including Jesus Christ, Joseph, and Mary, traveled to Mecca, and they lived in Mecca in Saudi Arabia for a time. I can prove this. They always say they went to Egypt and hid out. Oh, they all went to Egypt. Ask the Talmuds. Ask the people who investigated their family. They lived in Mecca for a long time. After the Nabateans sacked after the Nabateans were sacked by the Romans in 104 AD, So many Christians, even in the 70s. Okay? And I know I'm losing some of you, but check this out. Simon later clashed with Peter. Accounts of Simon by writers of the 2nd century exist, but they're not considered verifiable. Why? Why in the 2nd century was everything attributed to Simon Magus deleted? If he was baptized by an apostle. Okay? Surviving traditions about Simon appear in Orthodox texts such as Irenaeus, Justin Martyr, Hippolytus, Ephanius. He's often described as the founder of Gnosticism, which has been hated by all Catholicism for as long as they can remember. And they even said that the Templars were Gnostics too, and that most of the writings came about in the 1100s and the 1200s, or the 11th century and the 12th century. And, the 1100s to 1200s, these times when, Christian crusades were going on and all kinds of mysticism was going on. No. No, this was happening in the 1st century, guys. This is the time when the Catholics don't want you to know about. They don't want you to know that they usurped a church from Jesus Christ himself. Maintaining that he was merely considered to be one by the church fathers. He wasn't a Gnostic, or he was a Gnostic. It doesn't matter. Here's why it doesn't matter. Because, see, they're going to go into Gnosticism and all this other BS. Okay? But in the Acts of the Apostles, features a short narrative about Simon Magus. Check this out. This isn't the only account. This man is the great power of God. And to him they had held high regard. Because of that long time he had bewitched them with sorceries. Okay? But when they believed Philip preaching the things concerning the kingdom of God in the name of Jesus Christ, they were baptized, both men and women. Then Simon himself believed also. And when he was baptized, he continued with Philip. Which means he didn't even fight the circumcision. Many of the converts by Peter and Paul, because they were not Jew, did not want to go with to be circumcised. It was either dangerous or they just didn't want to do it. Which led to a lot of problems between James and Peter. And then Simon himself believed also. And when he was baptized, he continued with Philip and wondered, beholding the miracles and signs which were done after he was a believer. Now when the apostles were at Jerusalem, heard that Samaria had received the word of God, they sent unto them Peter and John. Peter and John went somewhere together? Okay. We'll just say Peter and John went somewhere. So what would they be called at the time? If it was in 60. Let's say it's in 60, somewhere around 60. This is 20 years after the crucifixion to such an extent. More than 20 years. So what are they doing? They would be men of the pyro. As a matter of fact, they would probably wear an apron, which the Masons still do to this day. And they would wear a white robe and an apron. Or they would wear whatever robe they had and an apron that would be seen outside of the robe, and it would have what is called the pyro symbol on it. Pyro symbol. No, not pyro. Oh my gosh, dude. Okay, you stupid Greek fucks. priesthood. Oh my gosh. Oh, what the fuck? Here. Cairo. My bad. I don't know what I'm doing, guys. Boom. You see this? This symbol. Extremely, extremely old Christian symbol. They say it's Catholic. They say it's Catholic. Chi-Rho dates back to the early days of Christianity and its sacred fusion of two Greek letters, chi and the rho. These are the first two letters of the Greek word Christos, meaning Christ. So if you have to know the alpha and omega, you must know the alpha and the beta first. For this reason, the Chi-Rho symbol holds deep significance as a picture of Jesus Christ himself. It serves as a potent reminder of his life, his teachings, his ultimate sacrifice for humanity. When we see the Chi-Rho, we're reminded of the deep love and redemption that Christ offers to all who believe in him. Is the Chi-Rho symbol a Catholic symbol? Yes. Although it's meaningful to all Christians, it holds significant meaning in the Catholic faith, as it is a symbol of Christ's presence and their faith. It is a symbol of their faith. Thou shalt not bear false idols. Thou shalt have no other gods before me. Catholics, you following me yet? No, you're not. You're not following me. Here's the Red Cross of Constantine. They say this is the image of Jesus Christ himself. That's what I just read to you. That's what the Chi-Rho symbol symbolizes. Jesus Christ himself. Okay. Now we have that. Now, what is a pie man? Oh, Jesus, guys, no. Oh, God. Pi was one of the leaders of the Ultramontane Party at the Vatican Council. Oh, shut the fuck up. Okay. Oh, fuck. Okay. I can't do it, guys. The Wikipedia and the fucking AI is so clueless. And, you know, you guys are ignorant to this. It's okay. But let's go over it. Can we go over it, please? Who was Philip? He was the guy that baptized Simon Magus. Remember? Okay, Simon Magus was baptized. Peter and John were sent. When they were to come down, they prayed for them that they might receive the Holy Ghost, right? That's what they were going to do. They're going to pray for as yet he was fallen upon none of them. Only they were baptized in the name of Lord Jesus. Just them, just John and Peter. Then they laid their hands on them and they received the Holy Ghost. And when Simon saw that through the laying of the hands of the apostles, the Holy Ghost was given, and he offered them money, saying, "Give me also this power, that on whosoever I lay hands, that I may receive the Holy Ghost." Where is this from? The Acts of the Apostles. The canonical. I don't believe in Acts. I don't believe in Paul. Saul of Tarsus killed Mary Magdalene, Jesus Christ's most beloved. He cast the first stone to kill Stephen, the first martyr. Paul did that. However, then Paul goes to lie and say, give me also this power that whosoever I lay hands on may receive the Holy Ghost. But Peter said to him, thy money perish with thee, because thou hast thought that the gift of God may be purchased with money. Thou hast neither part nor lot in this matter. Thou hast neither part nor lot in this matter, which means that Peter just dismissed someone who wanted to be baptized by Christ. He was already baptized, ladies and gentlemen. He was already baptized. He knew what Christ's message was because Philip had told him. This is a lie. This is a blatant lie. Acts is a lie. I know it's a lie. Why? Because I'm going to prove it to you. Thou hast neither part or lot in this matter, for thy heart is not right in the sight of God. He's speaking about himself. Repent therefore of thy wickedness, and pray God, if perhaps the thought of thine heart may be forgiven thee. Why are you praying to God and not to Jesus Christ, Peter? Did you forget? Did you forget what Jesus Christ himself instructed you to do? For I perceive that thou art in the gall of bitterness and in the bond of iniquity. I judge you. Even though it says in Matthew that God judges no one, that the Father judges no one, that only all judgment is left unto the Son. That's in John. What? And then answered Simon and said, pray ye to the Lord for me, that none of the things which ye have spoken come upon me, which means that none of the things that you accuse me of are true, I pray to the Lord. You lying sack of shit. Acts of the Apostles joke. It's a fucking joke. And here's why. Do you know that they weren't allowed to tell nursery rhymes in Ireland and England when you were kids? My family heritage wasn't. You know why? Because in the 1300s, if we go all the way back to when the Catholics lied about what the Templars were doing with Pope Philip, ironic name, by the way, Simple Simon. Here it is, ladies and gentlemen. This is what this episode is all about. And it took us a half an hour to get here. Thank you for sticking around. Simple Simon met a pieman going to the fair. Simple Simon to the pieman, let me taste your wares. Simple Simon met a pieman. What is a pieman? Someone who carries the Cairo. Why did they call them pie men? Because it's shaped like a pie and it's cut like a pie. If there's a circle here, it's shaped like a pie and it has a P. Pie man. Okay? And then there's certain verses to help you remember on some of them. This is Catholic stuff, guys. Why? Huh? Why would somebody wear that? It's a symbol of Christ. It's a symbol saying I follow Christ. I follow him. Christian rings, Christian everything, Cairo, monograms, everything, right? Okay. That was a pie man. Where's the fair? Damascus International Fair is an annual commercial exhibition event taking place in Damascus, Syria for the last 2,000 years. According to the book of Acts of the Apostles, St. Paul encountered Christ on the road to Damascus. Where is he going? He was going to the fair, guys. Today, most historians and archaeologists recognize Damascus as the world's oldest functioning city. Oh, whatever. Palestine isn't a city. Go fuck yourself. Sorry. Sorry. I just read that. The 3 biggest cities in Christianity. Palestine. Okay, fuck off. It's not a city. It's not even a place. It's not. Sorry. It's not. Is that where the pale people reside? Really? In pale Skinistan? Okay. Why? Because they're Iranian Persians and they have whiter skin than Israelites? Huh? Maybe? Okay. You guys need to wake the fuck up, man. Not trying to insult anybody, dude. Just telling you what the fucking truth is. But anyway, Roman fair in Damascus. So, where's he going? Where's Simple Simon going? To the fair. Let's just say that the true story of Simple Simon is the story of Simon Magus. And they weren't allowed to talk about this story. So they put it in nursery rhymes. And the reason why they put it in nursery rhymes is because these are 100-year-old, 400-year-old stories, guys. These are all the way back to the 11, 12, and 1300s. And they were shared by knights. They were shared by Christian families. They were shared by early Scottish Freemason families that helped start Freemasonry. This was before the 1500s, before Columbus. The Kensington Knight landed in America before Columbus. I can prove that too. We'll get to that. We'll get to all of this eventually, guys. You just gotta watch. Please, like and subscribe or follow me on Rumble, dude. Seriously, I'll just tell you how this works. Everything, all of ancient Christianity has been covered up by history because the modern Satan and the modern antichrists and the modern leaders of evil do not want you to know about the glory of the man and the God, Jesus Christ. And they don't want you to know that he did create the universe, this simulation that we're all in, and he was the one that turned the damn server on. And he's the only guy that has come from outside of the creation into the creation at will and made it back out. And he showed you how. And scientists are getting closer and closer to finding that out. Are there multiple universes? If he decides that that's how you're going to perceive it, then yes. Okay? But there's only one kingdom, unfortunately. There might be multiple universes, but only one kingdom owns them all. So if you're not in it, I'm sorry. I don't know what to say. At the end, you will get what you want. If you think that you're going to get annihilated at the end and that there's nothing after death, you're correct. That's exactly what you're going to feel. Nothing, ever. And everyone's going to forget you. And everybody's going to forget everything you ever did because you're not going to exist anymore. That's what you want. So go ahead and have it. That's God's mercy. So, back to our poem. Can we get back to the poem? So, here it says, Simple Simon says to the pie man, let me taste your ware. Does that sound at all similar to Acts? Where were we? Where was Acts? Phil the evangelist, Simon Magus, Simon Peter, and Acts. His papacy began in 30 A.D. According to the Catholic Encyclopedia, Peter was the Pope 3 years before Christ even died. Ordination by Jesus 3 years before he died. You know what happened when he called him the Pope? I guess he said, "Hey, Satan, get behind me. You believe in the world and nothing divine. You're the Pope. You're in charge of my shit." What in the fuck? No, that's not what happened. I'm sorry, but he usurped the church. Okay? Simon was well-known custom among Jews at the time of giving the name of a famous patriarch or personage of the Old Testament of the male child Simon. Why? Sorcerer. If you were involved in being a personage of priesthoods, you were a sorcerer. Okay? Cephas was the name that, and it's Kepha, meaning stone in Aramaic. Stone, not rock. This is wrong. This is wrong. That is not rock. It is stone, which means that if Jesus Christ called him the stone of the church, he was a thorn. He was a stone, not the rock of which the foundation was placed, dumbasses. He was the one that cast the first stone. And he was not, whereas the vast majority of mentions in the New Testament, he's called Petros, from the Greek word meaning Petra, or rock. And then it was rendered English as Peter. Jesus Christ didn't call him his rock. Jesus Christ called him Satan and a stone in the church. That's an obstacle. That's not the same thing, guys. Okay? Philip, the evangelist, was one of the 7 chosen to care for the poor. Okay? He performed miracles in Samaria. He baptized Simon Magus. Who is Simon Magus? I mean, who is Simon Magus? The only thing that we know about Simon Magus so far is that Peter and Paul called him and a bunch of modern day Catholics call him the father of Gnosticism. Except in the Orthodox texts, he's described as a leader of the Magi. And the Magi were the ones that baptized Jesus Christ. And the Nabateans were made up of mostly Magi and, you're gonna be amazed, okay, Christians, but the Nabateans were baptized. They were all baptized. Before Peter and Paul, before Peter was thinking about baptizing people, John the Baptist baptized people. Then who baptized people after John? Was it Peter? No. You have zero accounts of Peter baptizing anyone. Why? Because he's not of the kingdom of Jesus Christ. Because the kingdom of Jesus Christ follows the priestdom and the kingdom of Melchizedek, which is why John the Baptist, when he baptized Jesus Christ in the Jordan River near Pella, at Bethany across the Jordan, which was Pella, just across the river from Scythopolis, the largest city in the entire area. The reason why he got baptized there by John the Baptist is because he got baptized as a priest and king forever by the order of Melchizedek. Did Peter? No. Did Paul? No. So do they baptized in the order, in the Christian order of Christ? No, they don't. Was Peter crucified upside down by Nero? There's no proof. None. Zero. John the Baptist was beheaded. We have account of that. We have factual account of that. We have zero accounts of anyone ever being crucified upside down. Certainly not in Rome, where he was being kept. So in the first apologies on a statue on the island in the Tiber River, Justin Martyr writes with the inscription, Simone Deo Sancto, to Simon, the Holy God. Talking about Simon Magus claiming to be himself God on a statue. But you also see Cyril of Jerusalem talk about the Manichaeans, and the Manichaeans being the Manichaeans in 300 talking about Simon Magus. Careening through the air in a chariot drawn by demons while Peter and Paul knelt down and prayed, and their prayers brought him to earth as a mangled corpse. So what was he doing, guys? He was levitating, right? He was levitating in the town square. We got to look up the story. I'm telling you the entire story of Simon Magus. Levitating in the town of Damascus. Come on, Google. You know exactly what the fuck I'm talking about. I hate this, guys. Fighting Google in the last 5 years has been nearly insane. It doesn't want me to magic levitation and iniquity, right? Because they think it's real levitation. Here we go again. Go to the city of... Oh, come on. Come on, dude. You guys know about this, right? Like, why can I not find it? Buying and selling and class. No. We have to find where they're talking about him levitating in the town square. Gosh damn it, dude. You're really gonna let me. I'm gonna have to actually just find the actual scripture. Broke his legs in 3 places. Scripture. King James Version. Oh, fuck this. Now they're talking about the legs being broken from the soldiers. Guys, Dua Lipa, really? That's what's coming out with levitating? I'm about sick and fucking tired of this now. You know exactly where's the Bible thing? Bible Gateway? Is that what it's called? This. Why do I have to go through such trouble to find one verse in the Bible? Not in the Bible. Levitating isn't in the Bible? Okay. Shut the fuck up. I just want to make sure that I've got it right. Is levitating spelled correctly? Thank you. There it is. Levitating. It's in the Bible, guys. This is very important. Yes, it does. Yes, it fucking does. Oh my gosh. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, guys. This is nearly impossible. It's nearly impossible to find anything by using. Ha! In the apocryphal Acts of Peter, Simon Magus flies into the air to prove he is a god. Peter prays to God to stop him, and Simon falls and breaks his legs. Huh? God, I'm telling you guys. I'm telling you. They're trying to hide it. They've been trying to hide it all the time. Acts of Peter. Oh, it's not canonical Acts. Let me tell you, Paul couldn't write anything. So are the Acts of Paul from Paul? No, they're from a guy named Luke. Prove that too. Everything that was written in Acts is Luke. Okay? Luke followed Paul around like a little clown. I'm speaking bad about the apostles. I don't care. How many times have you guys talked about Judas, do you think? You guys call people a Judas, for fuck's sake. Judas isn't a bad guy. Judas, the Scari, was a Scari assassin. He was a daggerman. He killed Roman officers in broad daylight with daggers in the back. That's what Judas Iscariot was. And if Jesus Christ and his band, his army, which he had over 15,000 disciples in Israel, in Jerusalem, the city of Jerusalem, he had over 15,000 people there. This isn't like Charlton Heston's, 10 Commandments, or Charlton Heston in the playing Jesus. There weren't 300 soldiers that came to get. There weren't 3 soldiers that came to get him in the Garden of Gethsemane. There were 300 Roman soldiers, led by 3 centurions, that marched into the Garden of Gethsemane to take him. And the reason why Judas was the one that sold him out is because Judas is the only one that could approach the Romans without getting killed instantly. They weren't supposed to be there. Okay, it was a revolt. And it led to the first revolt. The first Jewish revolt was led by Christians who followed Jesus Christ. It wasn't the Sanhedrin. It wasn't the Jews living in Israel that said they had enough of the Romans being there. It was the Christians there that were defending the Jewish people as they were converting them. In 66 AD, 33 years to the day, they marched on Masada and kicked the Romans' asses. That's what happened. And then in 69 AD, they were all annihilated to the very last woman and child on Masada. And it was not an act of Jewish heroism. Sorry, Jews, it's not. It's Christian. Masada was Christian. James, the blood brother of Jesus Christ, was there. Jude, the blood brother of Jesus Christ, was there. Menachem, the son of Judas of Galilee, the same Judas that you guys call Iscariot, because the Roman Latin word is for Sakari, the same word is the base word of Sicario, is Sakari. Okay? Learn something. Iscariot is Roman for Sicario. Iscariot is not his name, it's what he was. And who hated Judas? Peter. Who else hated Judas? Paul. Why? Why did Luke hate Judas? You'll figure it out. He was told by Jesus Christ to go sell him out. And why are the Manichaeans being the ones that collect the 5 apocryphal acts into a single corpus by the end of the 4th century? Why was all of those acts together? The Acts of Andrew, if you haven't read it, you need to right now. Go back and read it. Dead Sea Scrolls has it. The Acts of John. Why don't we read the Acts of John? It was being circulated by 150 AD. Circulated. And you're trying to tell me that the Acts of Paul came before the John? You're out of your mind. If you're a historian of even a pinky toe worth of merit, you can't tell me that with a straight face. You cannot tell me that Paul's writings are older than John's. Shut the fuck up. Paul wasn't even there at Masada. He was imprisoned already and was dead by 64. Learn something. Why was the act of Paul and the act of Thomas? Didymus Thomas. Do you know who Thomas is? He's the twin. The twin of who? Good question. Look it up. Good question. Who is the twin of? Look it up. Okay. Now, the martyrdom of the Holy Apostle Peter is in a it's in the Vatican Library, for fuck's sake, okay? Of the Vercelli Cathedral. Oh, it's not. It's in Italy. It's in a Vercelli Cathedral, actually. Describes Peter's crucifixion and that disgusting image. They're only in Catholic writings. Peter's crucifixion is only in Catholic writing. Okay? And no, it didn't parallel. The act of Peter is not paralleling Prophet Elijah's confrontation with the priests of Baal. That's not happening. That's not what's happening, Wikipedia. Who wrote that shit note? Hold on. Acts of Peter. Get out of here. All right. Why are we going to look up the Acts of Peter now? It was written back then. Okay? Look at this. Ancient Egyptian. It's even written in Coptic. Even with a letter of Peter to Philip. Which I bet you, and the Gospel of Judas, what's that? The first apocalypse of James? Why did James think there was an apocalypse coming, do you think, guys? And why did John write something called Apocalypse that we all call it a revelation and nobody knows what the fuck it's all about? They were talking about the times that it was written. All right? Now, in the Acts of Peter, which we are going to go here right now and find levitating, Bible Gateway isn't going to have it. Bible Gateway isn't going to have it. We're going to go to a much better place to find real Christian writings. Okay. And again, these dates are not necessarily accurate, right? But they're gotta be, they could be close. Ladies and gentlemen, it could be close. I know it's getting late over on the east side. Stick with me, guys. Stick with me, please. If this might be the most important hour and 15-minute video that you see for a while. First Peter was thought to have been written in 80. Peter would be dead, long since dead. Okay, I don't agree with that. Acts of the Apostles also 80. Which, if they're trying to say that the Acts of the Apostles were written before John's revelation in the Gospel of John, John 1, 2, and 3, I'm here to tell you it's absolute bullshit. Epistle of Jude. Again, this is Jesus Christ's. Oh my God, I gotta accept the PDFs. You can't read them online anymore. Oh, bollocks, guys! Come on. Apocalypse of Adam was written back then. Sophia, the wisdom of Jesus Christ, was written back then. Sophia, I see, and this is another thing. The Sophia writings and the writings of both the Pistis Sophia, all these didn't come about until much later, 200, 250. This is not right. This is Gnostic. Prayer of the Apostle Paul, the stories of Melchizedek. Okay, Act of Peter. Here's where we got to go. Is this the fourth one? Hold on. Ptolemy could have represented the soul whose attraction to things of the world, represented by the beauty of Peter's daughter, leads to ignorance. Daughter could have seen as a type of fallen Sophia, as the Gnostics would have written. The references in the Acts of Philip is brief, but Acts of Nereus and Achilles tells a longer tale, complete with the names of the stories. This is Act of Peter. I don't know if it's specifically Acts of Peter, but I think they're the same thing. So I'd like to see if we can't open it up and then search in it. Oh, it's not going to be able to search through or parse through all those writings, guys. This is just for the website. Acts of Peter. I found it. Okay. Acts of Peter and the 12. Acts of Peter and the 12, right? Books of Thomas the Contender. All of these are very, very important. Acts of Peter. English translation. View. Open. We're going to open it. Accept and download. No. Can I just download the actual thing? The actual text? View PDF. The Acts of Peter. Here we go. And then it has to do with his daughter. Now, when the maiden was 10 years old, a stumbling block was prepared for many by reason of her. And an exceedingly rich man named Ptolemaeus, which is Ptolemy in Roman, when he had seen the maiden with her young bathing, sent her to take her as his wife. At 10, but her mother consented not. Duh. And he oftentimes went to her and couldn't wait. He often sent to her, but he couldn't wait. Peter, a daughter of Peter, struck with palsy at the prayer of her father. Oh, so he punished her for, looking at men, I guess, with cerebral palsy. Wow. So apparently Peter can curse people also, which that wouldn't make him a sorcerer, would it? Considering that the kingdom of Christ does not curse, period. So why in Acts is he cursing his own daughter? I'm sorry, guys, but you can read Peter all you fucking want to, and you can be a pope all you fucking want to. But this guy is a bad dude. The servants of Ptolemaeus brought the maiden and laid her down before the door and departed. So guess what happened? Unable to win the maiden by fair means, comes and carries her off. He just goes and kidnaps her. Peter hears about it and protects her. The prayer is heard. He is struck with palsy on one side of the body. She is struck with palsy. So he prays to God to protect her by making her ugly? How did that work? Anyway. So, that's why the maiden has defilement and shame. Okay, whatever. God had not given these vessels for corruption and shame, yet the more not to become thee, which I believe to defile my virgin. Okay. Servant of Jesus Christ that God directeth them that are his. Servant of Jesus Christ that God directs. I forgot. Wow. And yet further discourse did Peter hold before them all, and glorified the name of Christ the Lord, and gave them all of the bread. And when he had distributed it, he rose up and went into his house. That is not where I'm at. I need to find... Here's another thing. Augustine says to his Manichaean opponent, the story of Peter killing Ananias and Sapphira by word is very stupidly blamed by those who are in the apocryphal Acts, read and admire both the incident I had mentioned about the Apostle Thomas, the death of the cupbearer at the feast in his Acts. The death of the cupbearer at the feast. You will find that the Nabatean sect lived, and the Manichaean sect also lived in Petra, which recently was found to have the royal family with 12 bodies and a chalice under the treasury at Petra. And all of the archaeologists that are talking about this Discover Petra on the Discovery Channel are joking to you, the ignorant public, about it being very similar to the Indiana Jones story, that they might have, just found the Holy Grail. Ha ha ha. Not ha ha ha. They found the Grail. And I'm not just saying that because I'm a Christian and I want it to be true. They found it because those are the people who followed Jesus Christ, you idiots. They were the first people that did the ritual of the 12 with the chalice. They're the first ones. Okay, the Romans annihilated them because they controlled all trade on the planet. They controlled the Silk Road. Christians were not poor. The early Christians weren't poor. Jesus Christ was not poor. I'm sorry, he wasn't. The Catholics would like to keep you poor as fuck, and they would also like you to give them a 10% tax for the rest of your life, or else you don't believe in God. Do you know how sick and twisted and fucked up that is? I'm going to show you where it started. I'm going to show you that Simple Simon is the story of Peter ordering Simon Magus to not only bring him to the ground because he was levitating. I'm going to tell you what levitating means. Because here it is. In the apocryphal Acts of Peter, Simon Magus flies into the air to prove he's a god. Peter prays to God to stop him. And Simon falls to the ground and breaks his legs in 3 places. Okay. We might not want to read the rest of the Acts of Peter either, because it might be, ooh boy, guys, it might be bad. The Vercelli Acts. At the time when Paul was sojourning in Rome and confirming many in the faith, it also came to pass that one by the name of Candida, the wife of Cartus, that was over the prisons, heard Paul and paid heed to his words and believed. She had instructed her husband, and he also believed. Quartus suffered Paul to go whither he would go away from the city, to whom Paul said, "If it be the will of God, then he reveal it to me." And after Paul had fasted 3 days and asked the Lord of which it should be profitable for him, he saw a vision, even the Lord saying to him, "Arise, Paul, and become a physician in thy body, by going thither in person to them that are in Spain." So Christ instructed him to also go to Spain, to Vercelli. He's talking about Paul. And then he's talking about Rufina. Okay? Father of thy holy Son, Jesus Christ, we together pray thee through thy Son, Jesus Christ. That's how he spoke. Okay? That's how Paul spoke. It was not triune necessarily yet. However, the Acts of Peter did know that the Acts of Paul. Okay. This is it. Here it is. Acts of Peter 5. And as they prayed and fasted, God was already teaching Peter at Jerusalem of that which should come to pass. For whereas the 12 years which the Lord Christ had enjoined upon him were fulfilled, he showed him a vision after this manner, saying to him, Peter, that Simon the sorcerer, whom you didst cast out of Judea, you cast him out of Judea, convicting him, hath again come before thee at Rome, the Damascus, the fair, the Roman fair in Damascus, not in Rome itself. And that shalt thou know shortly, or, and as thou may knowest in few words, for all that did believe in me hath Satan sail for Italy, and within few days I will show thee my grace, which hath in it no grudging. Peter then, admonished by the vision, related it to the brethren without delay, saying, It is necessary for me to go to Rome to fight with an enemy and the adversary of the Lord our brethren. Was Simon the sorcerer an enemy? Was he an enemy? I mean, why would he be considered an enemy of Peter? The one that he cast out of Judea. How did he even cast him out of Judea? We have to get to the part where we have to get to the part where he attacks Simon Righteous, or Simon, basically. Hold up. Now he's talking about Marcellus, guys. He's talking about Marcellus. I'm having trouble finding it. Oh, gosh. I can't read this fast enough. I'm trying. I'm trying because what I want to tell you and what I want to show you is extremely important. Because I I can't tell you enough how much you need to read Acts of Peter. Um, but some really crazy shit happens in the Acts of Peter. Um, I'm trying to find specifically Simon Magus. This is several. He talks about several Simons, and then Simon went to the head of the dead. I mean, they're not talking about the same Simon. Um, Sorcerer Simon began to cry him out. Hearken, O Caesar. If now death rises not. Oh yeah, then they were talking about the guy raising him from the dead. Like they had a competition about whether or not Peter could raise somebody from the dead, and then he did or whatever. This is all not included, um, because there were two manuscripts written in Greek for this the original. Okay, the Latin translation is a later translation. Okay, guys, but it's the same. I mean, it wasn't put into canon because of these later manuscripts. The manuscripts that were written in Latin were the same types of manuscripts that John's Revelation was written in, and they called him John of Patmos because it felt like it was a writing of a different person. It was not writing of a different person. It was writing of the same person. It's John, the apostle, wrote First, Second, Third John and Revelation. It is not a separate John. Okay? The reason why Christ said that prophecy died with John is so that nobody else would come later and say that they're the prophet of Jesus Christ. He himself said that. Okay? Simon the magician, after a few days were past, promised the multitude to convict Peter that he had believed not in the true God, but was deceived. He didn't even think that he believed in Jesus Christ properly. Okay? And already on the morrow, a great multitude assembled at the sacred way to see him flying. What word was actually used here? 32. At 30, 31, and 32. And they brought unto him also the sick on the Sabbath. Isn't that why Christ was crucified? Because he was healing on the Sabbath, right? That's why Christ was crucified? So that's why they were... Okay. So let me read this to you. If this makes sense to you, then learn to understand how the Bible was written and why only pastors and priests and are allowed to speak to the masses. It's because they are hiding a secret that they don't want the masses to know. They don't want every individual human on this planet to know that you are saved if you believe in Jesus Christ. No matter what you've done bad, you cannot be judged and punished by Peter or his church. You can't. Peter judged and punished his own daughter and gave her cerebral palsy, so that at the age of 10, she wouldn't fuck some other dude. We just read it. That's what Peter, they're complaining about it, right? So he gave her cerebral palsy so that he wouldn't want her? That's what he did? And that's the apostle of Jesus Christ? Okay. Okay, guys. If that's what you believe in, then okay. I can understand why there's so many people out there that hate Christianity and whatever Catholicism is. Okay? Because they claim Christianity and they only one church. But that's not Christianity in my eyes, because that's not what Jesus is talking about. So I should punish my 10-year-old daughter. If I had a 10-year-old daughter and there was a old man hitting on her or whatever, I should fucking maim her. So that he doesn't like her anymore. And then you can't understand why Jesus Christ called this dude Satan? Not the rock of his church. He called him Satan, ladies and gentlemen. Stop pretending that Peter was a good dude. Stop pretending that the Pope speaks for Christ because he doesn't even know who the hell he is. The first Pope didn't know who he was, so why does the Pope now? He doesn't. I don't care how many Catholics see this. If you're Catholic, learn. Learn about what you think you believe in, please. For Christ's sake, learn. And they brought unto him also the sick on the Sabbath. Peter, guys. They brought it to Peter, beseeching that they might recover from their diseases. And many were healed that were sick of the palsy. Why didn't he heal his own daughter? And the gout and fevers, tertian and quartan, and of every disease of the body they were healed, believing in the name of Jesus Christ, and very many were added every day unto the grace of the Lord. This probably has a lot to do with Peter's Sermon on the Mount, right? He said a lot of good things that brought a lot of people to Christianity. I'm not disrespecting or discounting not the Sermon on the Mount. Oh my gosh, the Pentecost. Peter at Pentecost. He saved so many souls. That's this big. That's this big next to even like the YouTube influencers right now. Anyway, not me. But Simon the magician, after a few days were past, promised the multitude to convict Peter that he believed not in the true God, but was deceived. And he's not talking about Jesus Christ. He's not saying that you believe in a God that's different than Jesus Christ. He's saying you don't believe in the Jesus Christ that Philip baptized me in. Do you understand right now, guys? That you're believing that Peter converted Simon Magus, and I know it's in the Bible. You're thinking that he converted Simon Magus. He didn't do shit to Simon Magus. Simon Magus was not flying in the air. We're about to read this. He's not flying in the air. It's a mistranslation, guys. And when he did many lying wonders that were firm in the faith, derided him. For in dining chambers he made certain spirits enter in, which were only in appearance and not existing in truth. Do you realize that Peter is literally telling you that this other guy made ghosts show up? He's so full of shit. And what more should I say? Oh, and what more should I say about it? Oh my gosh, what more should I say about it? This is Peter speaking, guys. This is him. Though he had oftentimes been convicted of sorcery, he made lame men seem whole for a little time, and blind likewise. And once he appeared to make dead to live and move, as he did with Nicostratus. What? Jesus raised Lazarus from the dead, cured blindness, made lame men walk. And Peter is saying that it's all sorcery. So what's Peter doing? But Peter followed him throughout and convicted him always unto the beholders, whoever they are. And when he now made a sorry figure that was derided by the people of Rome and disbelieved, for that he has succeeded in the many things that he promised to perform, being in such a plight at last, he said to them, Men of Rome, ye think now that Peter hath prevailed over me as more powerful, and ye pay more heed to him, and ye are deceived. For tomorrow I shall forsake you, godless and impious that you are. I mean, people, they were proud. to follow Peter and not Jesus. And fly up to God, whose power I am, though I am become weak. God, when he says, fly up to God whose power I am, he's not saying the power that I am, that he is. He's saying power I am. Do you know what God called himself before Moses? I am that I am. He's literally using the name under the power I am of God. Though I am become weak, which means he says that his faith is waning because of people like Peter coming along and acting like they're not Christian, acting like they're not of Christ, acting like they're asking you for money. Whereas ye have fallen, I am he that standeth, and I shall go up to my father and say unto him, me also, even thy son that standeth, have they desired to pull down. That's Peter. But I consented not unto them, and I returned back unto myself. Peter wants to be Jesus Christ so bad. So bad. It's not him. And already on the morrow, a great multitude assembled at the sacred way to see him flying. 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 Do you honestly believe that Peter was telling the truth when he said that Simon Magus was flying? Do you honestly believe that he was telling the truth when he said to Simon that Simon Magus was flying? Let's look up the definition of levitating. Because that's the word. Levitate. From Oxford Languages. Late 17th century. What in the fuck? Guys, why can't I just use a definition? Why can't I just use a fucking dictionary, for fuck's sake? Come on. All these paywalls. For knowledge. Why all the paywalls for knowledge? Why all the pop-ups for knowledge? Oh, we have to have somebody pay. We have to have somebody pay for our stuff so that we can keep our website up. I've had a website up for 20 years. 20 fucking years. Since 1999, I've had a website up. Do you know how many times I've had to have pop-ups on it? 0. I've never had pop-ups on any of my websites. Why? Because I like to give knowledge away. Well, we got to pay the people to write it down. No, ask people to write it down. People who share the truth, they don't need... Okay. Levitation of fear and faith. After all this levitation answers about the levitation. To me, levitation was a symbol of profoundly dysfunctional relationship between Asher and Wayne. What the fuck is this? Okay, levitation. Noun. Rising or lifting of a person by or thing by means to be held. Supernatural. The act or process of levitating. To rise or float. To cause to levitate. Okay? There's something called this. The Levitical priesthood. Now, Levitical priesthood began with who? Aaron. Do you know where Aaron is buried? Ladies and gentlemen, I can show you where Aaron is buried on Google Earth. Aaron is buried at his burial site in Petra, just west of the treasury, where all of the patriarchs of God and Christianity were buried, including Adam. And the skins of Adam and Eve were kept there in the treasury. Nephilim put them there. Black cube worship, or the worship of Satan, started there. Baal worship started there. Most religions started there. The wilderness or wilderness that Christ went to for 40 days and 40 nights, was tempted by every religion and every sin by the devil, was none other than Petra.
That's the wilderness. It's also called the wilderness, and it's also, think, Vegas of the ancient world. It was the trade capital of the planet at the time of Christ living on the earth. You don't think the Romans were going to take it over? The Romans took it over, and then they formed this religion called Catholicism. In about 104 AD is when that happened. The Emperor Tiberius had a lot to do with it. Not Augustus. Augustus was friendly to the Christians, by the way. And a letter from Pontius Pilate was written to both Tiberius and Augustus. You might want to read them. You might want to read the letters from Tiberius you might want to read the letters from Pontius Pilate to Tiberius Caesar and to Augustus Caesar. You might want to read those concerning a man named Jesus Christ that was crucified. For all of you people that think it was a myth, that it was Mithras, that it was Gilgamesh, that it was all these other older myths that are describing Jesus Christ, and you guys won't even look in the historical record. And it's blatantly right there. Blatant. Totally blatant. Okay, so what is the Levitical priesthood? Okay, the Levitical priesthood was replaced by the priesthood of Christians. When? The Levitical priesthood ended with the death of Christ. It was replaced by the priesthood of Christians. Who are they? The priesthood of Christians were the people who carried the Kairos symbol. Oh, boy, we're getting somewhere. Are we getting somewhere? I think we're getting somewhere. Okay. Now you know. So, what does it mean to levitate? Levitate. Levitate. To talk of the Levitical priesthood is to levitate. Does that make sense to you all? Levitate. Said the pieman to Simple Simon, "Show me first your penny." Says Simple Simon to the pieman, "Indeed I have not any." Simple Simon went a-fishing for to catch a whale. All the water he had got was in his mother's pail. So, the fight. Simple Simon met Peter going to the fair. Says Simple Simon to the pieman, "How in the hell are you healing the sick? How did you just heal that person of palsy?" Said Peter to Simple Simon, "Show me the bucks, buddy. Show me the money. Show me the money, Simon, and I will show you how to heal the sick." The exact opposite of the Simon story of Simon the Righteous from the Acts of Peter. Opposite, the exact opposite. Peter came into the place having seen a vision, or to see the sight, or he made it up in his imagination that he might convict him in this also, that he was levitating. He's going to convict him because he's levitating. And why is he in a fight with this Simon guy? Why is he in a fight with him? This was an event, ladies and gentlemen. This was an event in Rome. This was a fight between Peter and the Roman people in believing the way that he believes in Jesus Christ, as opposed to the way that Simon Magus, who is levitating of the Levitical priesthood of Aaron, of the forefathers, is saying, "No, this is the Jesus Christ that I know," because Jesus Christ would have followed the priesthood of Aaron. What Peter would have had to say at that point would have been, no, he follows the priesthood of Melchizedek. But did he know? Peter says, "I am the voice of Jesus Christ on earth." That's what he says to this guy. Is that true? No. He's not the voice of Jesus Christ. There are other apostles all over the place. So why is he so special? Why does he get to be the voice when he hated Mary Magdalene? He wanted her to die. He hated women. He said women aren't even allowed in the church. That's what Peter says. You guys are out of your mind following this guy. Out of your mind. And Paul, worse. His name used to be Saul. He had Stephen killed. He was the first guy who threw a stone to have Stephen, the first martyr, killed. Ladies and gentlemen, that's Paul. That's your guy. That's your student of Peter. Both, and I'm telling you, Peter is a pederast for Paul and Luke. Anyway, now, I'm gonna finish this bullshit, okay? We're gonna finish it. This is the big fight, right? And he was flying in the air. No, he was levitating. So he's gonna convict him of this either. For when Simon entered into Rome, he amazed the multitudes by flying. Shut the fuck up. But Peter convicted him. But Peter that convicted him was not yet living at Rome, which city he thus deceived by illusion, so that some were carried away by him or amazed at him. They were amazed. So then this man, standing on a high place, beheld Peter and began to say, Peter, this man standing on a high place. Who is that? Standing on a high place. Beheld Peter and began to say, Peter, at this time when I am going up before all this people that behold me, I say unto thee. So then this man, lowercase, if your God is able, whom the Jews put to death, and stoned you that were chosen of him, let me show that faith in him is faith in God, and let it appear at this time, if it be worthy of God. He's saying, if truly your faith, Peter, is in Jesus Christ, that I know to be of God, then if he is able, let him appear. For I, ascending up, will show myself unto all this multitude who I am. And behold, when he was lifted up on high, and all beheld him raised up above all Rome, and the temples thereof, and the mountains, the faith looked toward Peter. And Peter, seeing the strangeness of the sight, cried unto the Lord Jesus Christ, if thou suffer this man to accomplish that which he has set about, now will all they that believed on thee be offended. If you, Jesus Christ, suffer this man and do his bidding, all that believe in you be offended by my name, Peter. And the signs and wonders which you have given them through me, the great Peter, will not be believed. Hasten thy grace, O Lord, and let him fall from the height and be disabled, and let him not die, but be brought to naught, and break his legs in 3 places. And he fell from the height and broke his legs in 3 places. And then every man cast stones at him and went away home, and thenceforth believed Peter. The end of Jesus Christ's kingdom. Boom! 32, Acts of Peter 32 is when Peter decided that the kingdom of Christ was not important enough, and he would be offended at you if you believed in Jesus Christ and not the great Peter of God. There it is. And I'm going to also show you this. What does it mean to break somebody's legs in 3 places? What does that mean? So let's do a diagram. The human leg. Where are the joints? Actually, let's do human leg joints. Oh, no, let's not do that. Knee, ankle, foot, joints. What about the hip? Is that a part of the leg? Yes, it is. So is the knee. So is the ankle. If you were to break your legs in 3 places and you bent your hip, you bent your knee, and you bent your ankle, what in the world would you be doing? Anyone? Chat? Bowing. You would be bowing. That's what you would be doing. Does this make sense? Are you all paying attention yet? What did Peter make Simon do? What did he make him do? And he fell from the height and broke his legs in 3 places. What height was he speaking from? He was speaking from the kingdom of Jesus Christ under God. He was levitating. And the correct English translation of this particular passage of the Acts of Peter would be translated as such if it was translated into Greek before it was translated into the shit Latin verse that it was translated to from Aramaic. My ancestor translated Homer's Greek into English. You can look that up. His last name is Hall. In 1581, Hall translated the first 10 books of the Iliad into English. Hall's translation was based on Hughes Sellel's French translation of Homer's work published in 1555. Hall's translation was likely done to please his patrons, the Cecil family. Amen. I'll try not to fill you with bullshit, guys, okay? Because I haven't. I'm telling you the truth. Just so happens that these people are in my family lineage, okay? I don't know what else to say. They just had the same last name, that's all. But he amazed the multitudes by flying, which means he was levitating. And he obviously amused everyone and amazed everyone at the time because they were Roman pagans. He was speaking about Judaism. He was speaking about the old ways. He was baptized into Christ's kingdom. Do you think he was talking badly about anyone except for Peter? No, he wasn't. He wasn't talking bad about Christians being Christians. Okay? And why is it only in the Acts of Peter, the Acts of Paul, written by Luke, that talk badly about Simon Magus? Why? Yeah, I think it was a biased account, maybe, just a little. I don't know if you all read this. While Peter thus spoke, and all the brethren wept, behold, 4 soldiers took him and led him to Agrippa. And he, in his madness and disease, commanded him to be crucified on accusation of godlessness. The whole multitude of the brethren therefore ran together, of both rich and poor, orphans and widows, weak and strong, desiring to rescue Peter, while the people shouted with one voice, and would not be silent, What wrong hath Peter done, O Agrippa? Wherein hath he hurt thee? Tell the Romans. And the others said, We fear lest if this man die, his Lord will destroy us all. As if Christ loved him that much that he would come back and destroy people? Why? I love Jesus Christ, but I sure as hell don't want him to come and kill people. Just for my sake. Go ahead and crucify me. I don't give a shit. I'm not going to call on God to get retribution. Okay, guys. You have to remember that Peter wrote that. He's writing what the people are saying about him, and he's always in the best position, ladies and gentlemen. There's not one point in any of this. And having approached and standing by the cross, he began to say, O name of the cross, thou hidden mystery, O grace ineffable, that is pronounced in the name of the cross. O nature of man that cannot be separated from God. Nature of man that cannot be separated from God. O love, friendship unspeakable and inseparable, that cannot be shown forth by unclean lips. I seize thee now, I that am at the end of my delivery. I will declare thee what thou art. I will not keep silence of the mystery of the cross, which of old was shut and hidden from my soul. My soul. Let not the cross be unto you which hope in Christ, which appeareth, for it is another thing different from which appeareth, even this passion, which is according to that of Christ. And now, above all, because ye that can hear are able to hear it of me, Peter, that am at the last and final hour of my life, hearken, separate your souls from everything that is of the senses, from everything that appeareth and does not exist in truth. Blind these eyes of yours, close these ears of yours, put away your doings that are seen, and ye shall perceive that which concerneth Christ, and the whole mystery of your salvation. And let thus much be said unto you that hear, as if it had not been spoken. For now is the time for thee, Peter, to deliver up thy body unto them that take it. Receive it then, ye to whom it belongeth. I beseech you, the executioners, crucify me thus, with the head downward, and not otherwise. And the reason wherefore I will tell them that hear. How will he tell them why he was crucified upside down if he's dead? He won't. Unless his church will. So his church will. Is that correct? Ladies and gentlemen, his church will tell them why he died. Okay, let's see if they will. Peter Pan is named Peter Pan because Peter is talking about Peter. The Peter. Peter Pan brings kids to the devil. He's actually a worshiper of Pan. It's not going to be anywhere in this Wikipedia. Hell no. Anyway. So crazy. But he knew who the real Peter is. Which is why he called him Peter Pan. And all the young boys followed Peter. They did. Like Paul and Luke, and they all followed him. He had a lot of power, that sorcerer. Peter of Caesarea, or Philip of Caesarea. Yeah, he spread Christianity everywhere. Um, Luke says that he preached the gospel in all towns until he got back to his own house in his town of Caesarea, about 60 miles from Jerusalem. Philip settled down, and Philip had 4 unmarried daughters with the gift of prophecy: Miriam, Deborah, Huldah, and Anna. Philip disappears. And you know where he went? He went east, guys. Philip landed east. He landed in Petra along with John the Baptist. Before John the Baptist was killed, that's where he settled. They were living in Syria. And I can tell you whereabouts. We're going to go to our old map here again one more time. All right, we're going to bring up our map. Here's our map. Here's Damascus. Not that far of a north walk. Okay, Saudi's down here, and if I could put it on the map, Mecca's right about here. Okay, and you had to traverse the entire desert to get to it, but they knew how to get to it. Okay, and honestly, that was to hide out from the Romans that took over this entire area here. Now, what I'm talking about, where they settled, is in Jordan and Petra, and that's down here, south of Israel, east of Egypt. And there was Baal worship there, which there still is, because that's what the black cube is, guys. That's Baal. Baal worship is the black cube. I know a lot of you guys got to dip out because it's super late. It's 1:30 on a Sunday night. The recording will be there. Rewatch it. All right? Rewatch it. But we looked over the Acts of Peter, and that's where you're going to find this information. Okay, the Acts of Peter. There's also other books, Acts of Peter and Paul, Passion of Peter and Paul, Acts of Peter and the 12, Acts of Peter and Andrew. Okay? These books are not in canonical gospel, and the reason why they're not in the canon of the books that were kept in the Bible is because they are telling you exactly what's going on. Now, the last part of my broadcast tonight, it's a 4-hour broadcast, guys. This is all I wanted to talk about. This is the most significant event to happen in the last 2,000 years. All right? So maybe I'll just start at 3:45 in the broadcast. I am going to make a short video, and it's going to start right about now. I'll make a long form video of this so that you guys can see this quick, short 15-minute version. But I just proved to you, and I'm going to prove to you, that Simple Simon is Simon Magus in negative. It's in negative form. So it's telling a secret with negative characters. So basically they're reassigned Simple Simon to say Simon Magus, and reassign Pieman to mean Peter. Simon Peter, Saint Peter, the Apostle. And now I'm going to explain the Simple Simon story. Simple Simon Magus met a pieman, someone who carried the Chi-Rho symbol, was called a pieman. On his apron looked like a pie. And he claimed to be the voice of Jesus Christ. The people who wore these was the apostate church, Peter, Paul, Luke, and others. Not the martyrs, Stephen, Philip, and Andrew. They did not wear the Chi-Rho symbol. Simple Simon met a pieman, Peter, going to the fair, the Roman fair in Damascus. Says Simon Magus to Peter, let me see how you're healing the sick. We know that Peter was healing the sick on the Sabbath, which is the same thing that Jesus Christ did and made the Sanhedrin want to crucify him, because he was not fulfilling Jewish law, which would have been dictated by Aaron, or the Levitical priesthood, of which started with Aaron. The Aaronical priesthood is different. If you are levitating, you are speaking of the Levitical priesthood, not flying through the air on a carpet. If you are talking of the Aaronical priesthood, then you are not levitating, and you are not speaking from a position of priestly height, but from a lowly position of the lower brother, or the lesser position. Said the pie man to simple Simon, said Peter to simple Simon, show me the money. Peter said to simple Simon, show me the money. Peter said to Simon Magus, show me your money. What does it say in the Acts? What does it say in Acts of the Apostles? That Simon Magus offered money to know how to heal the sick. He offered money. Well, here it says that Simon didn't have any money and that Peter asked him for some to show him how to heal the sick. He's not selling a pie, ladies and gentlemen. He's selling Jesus Christ. He's selling it for 10% of what you earn. Peter and Catholicism and Episcopals and any of the faiths that ask you to donate money are asking you to give money to them based on sorcery. You cannot house my Father in 4 walls, says Stephen and Jesus Christ. All of the walls will fall, says Jesus Christ about the temples. All of the temples' walls will fall, says Jesus Christ and Stephen. Stephen is then martyred by stoning to death by a guy named Saul, throws the first stone and casts his garments down in front of Stephen, where he is then thus stoned to death by the guy who wrote Acts of the Apostles. That is the guy who killed the first appointed martyr from Jesus Christ himself that was speaking to the poor. Then comes along Peter, the teacher of said Saul of Tarsus, the teacher of, by the way, teacher, don't forget. Simple Simon went fishing to catch a whale. What that means, even in the Acts of Peter, Peter knew when John sent him, and Christ sent him, but it was John that sent him to talk to him. It was actually, they say John went with Peter. I think John went with Peter the first time that he cast him out of Judea, because that's what it says. But and then later in the Acts of Peter, it obviously says that he was speaking with Philip or whatever, and he's like, that's the guy that you cast out of Judea. That's the same guy. And then Peter says that's Christ speaking to him, through a vision, and says that's the guy you kicked out of Judea. You got to go handle him because he's looking for you. He wants to handle you, and he wants to fight you, okay, in a spiritual battle. This happened all the time. Apostles were fought against by secular beliefs or beliefs at the time. But this particular person had been baptized by Jesus Christ less than 10 years prior to this, and he was being asked, what in the hell are you doing levitating? Why are you speaking of the Aaronical, of this priesthood of Aaron and not the priesthood of Melchizedek? Except then when Magus asks Peter, why the hell are you talking to me about a priesthood of Jesus Christ if you're not even baptized and you haven't even baptized anybody? What are you talking about? What is he talking about? Why don't Catholics baptize to this day? If that's exactly what Jesus Christ commanded as an example, why? Answer it. You can't. There ain't a Catholic on the planet that can answer it. Ask a Protestant. Ask some Methodists why they don't have water baptisms. Ask Episcopals why they don't have water baptisms. Because they don't follow Christ. I'm telling you right now, if you are Episcopal, Methodist, Catholic, if you don't water baptize, you are not Christian. Bottom line, period, end of story. John 1:4-3, follow me. And the reason why he said you are blessed and you are a king and priest by the order of Melchizedek is because that is the kingdom of Jesus Christ in heaven before he showed up here. Because he has got a different name up there. Surprised you can even pronounce it. He blessed Abraham. He's been here a couple times. Is Melchizedek Jesus Christ? He was the Christ on earth while he was here. Hopefully that explains it. If it doesn't, you'll get it. Keep watching me. Eventually you'll figure it out. So Simon Magus went fishing to catch a whale. He's trying to catch a whale. Who is the whale? Peter's the whale. Peter Bar Jonah. What? You mean he was from the lineage of Jonah, the whale? Would you guys be so kind as to understand that that's where the whales come from and that's where the Welsh comes from? And what is a whale? But a big red dragon. Oh shit. Oh shit. You guys didn't know that the red dragon symbolism in all of the Bible is describing the apostate church set up by Peter and that they're actually talking about Catholics? Uh-oh. Now you know. Oh, shit. I'm going to blow your minds, guys. Eventually, your whole world's going to explode in front of you, and you're going to go, oh my gosh, I was so fooled by all of it. Was he going to catch that whale? Is he going to catch the Welsh guy? Is he going to catch him? What eventually would become Welsh people? I know, guys. I was accepted into Freemasonry. My family heritage goes all the way back to the writing of the Encyclopedia of Freemasonry. I can show you a book cover right now that goes all the way back to 1509 that is founded by Freemasons. I could show it to you right now. It's on public information. So the Freemasons, let's do something really cool. When was Freemasonry founded? Not in North America, just period. Period. What's the real history? What's the real history, National Geographic? I want to know. Let's look into it. Let's look into it, guys. What's the real history of the lodges? Oh, in the year of Masonry, oath, for the oath of the lodges. Enter your email to read this article. I got a better idea. Why don't you fuck off, National Geographic? In the year of Masonry, 5723. Why do you think they do that? They go by the Jewish calendar, Hebrew calendar. Okay? And they're in cycles of 6,000 year creation, the 6,000 year creation cycles. That's why that. Okay, I can tell you what every symbol means on every. Stop where I'm at right now. I'm just going to let you know this is the Constitution of the Freemasons. History, charges, regulations, whatever. 1723. No. See if we can go older. See if we can get older. History of the Freemasons founded. Let's go with all and let the Grand Lodge of England was founded in June 24th, 1717. So was the Illuminati. I think the Illuminati was in, they call it 1776. Yep, Bavaria, Germany, by Adam Weishaupt. Yep. 1748 to 1830. Okay, it was based on this. 1717, making it the year when national organized Freemasonry began. However, Freemasonry societies have existed for much longer. 1599, oldest minutes of a Masonic lodge were recorded in East Lothian, Scotland. Hence the Scottish rite, ancient and accepted rite of Freemasonry. And on St. John's Day, why St. John? Well, because St. John is the leader of the church until James and Jude. Oh. That's a secret. Why do you think they didn't let Catholics in Freemasonry? Until now, until recently. Freemasonry is not a religion, but it knows the truth of it knows the history of Christianity. Because it was passed down by Templars, who got absolved of their sins only 2 weeks after October 13th of 1307. 2 weeks after. So why did they kill Jacques de Molay, holy moly, at the stake the same year in 2 years later, 1309? And they persecuted every single Templar, and then there was the Inquisition and the torture. For the last 700 years. 700 years of Catholicism torturing mankind with wars and lies and just the absolute bullshit. And then the Chinon parchment comes out, a couple years ago? It was found in the Vatican archives, and it absolved the Templars of all their sins literally 2 weeks after the thing happened. Pope Philip, you cunt. I said the C word. You guys don't know about these popes, man. Study your history. So he's catching a whale. All the water he had got, which means all the ammunition he got against Peter, was in his mother's pail. Who was Simon Magus's mom? Well, that's telling you that it was in his mother's pail. Do you know how, or if you were a Jew? Okay? I'll show you. Right after I show you something else. There's a great treasure of the church established in 1598 where Reverend Francis Trigg, his name is Francis Hawley, we can call him Trigg, rector of Wellborn, gave £100 for the purchase of books to be set up in the library. There are 356 separate items, including a book printed in Venice in 1472 that is 4 years before Caxton introduced printing into England. Wait, what? How the hell was it printed before printing was invented? Over 80 volumes are still attached by chain to these shelves. And I just want to show you some stuff. I'm going to show you a book. Hold on, maybe they can show you some of the books. No, they're not going to show you the books. Damn. Well, you know what? They're not showing you any pictures anymore. What in the heck, guys? Hold on. Oh boy. That's not it. It's called Discover Grantham. Give me a second, guys. I need to archive this entire thing. Okay. Here's the Tudor Royal Arms dated in 1586, guys. Royal Arms of Charles II, Royal Arms of Elizabeth II during, that was put there during her 80th birthday. However, the other, and I have to show you something. Gabriel Moore, 1698, but this one. This is my family coat of arms. It is the only place in England where this coat of arms is shown. Now, they are going to tell you that those 3 symbols that are on that are dogs. Sabot dogs. But they're not. They're hounds. They're not just dogs, they're hounds, and they're actually blindfolded. There's a reason for that. St. Catherine's Chapel was walled up so that the Catholics could not find it and destroy this. Because after Henry VIII, this name was not allowed to be. So they walled it up so that it didn't get destroyed. But there are books in the walled library, and we're going to look at. We might not be able to look at any of them, guys. We might not be able to look at them. All the books are printed. There's a Gutenberg Gutenberg Bible. They have a Bible in there also. There is a book covering geography, astronomy, and navigation, published in 1482, some 70 years after it was written. So in 1412, a manuscript, a copy of which was used by Christopher Columbus in planning his expedition to find the Indies by sailing west instead of east, is in there. Well, what's this? Anyone want to guess what that is? That was written in 1533? You want to tell me what's written in 1533, gentlemen? 1533, ladies and gentlemen. Do you see that G? Do you see this compass? Always laboring, constant labor towards what? Do you see what's behind it? Do you see this? I'm going to draw that. in Paint. Let's just bring up Paint. Paint apps are cool. Are you guys going to be able to see this Paint app? No? How do I do that then? Oh, just add it? Okay, shit. Give me a second, guys. I'm going to add some shit. And we're going to draw. Why not draw? Screen capture. No, not screen capture. Window capture. No, not that window. Different window. This window. Capture the Paint window. It's not popping up. It won't let me capture it. No shit. Alright, never mind. I'm not going to do that. I was going to do that. I'm not going to do that. Oh, this is frustrating, guys. Okay. This cross that you're seeing. I'll go back to our cross. Screw Paint. Back to the cross, back to the cross, back to the cross. Right here. No. Guys, this is pissing me off now. To get back to the cross. Shit. We'll just bring it back up. There. Duh. Okay. Alright. I brought it back up. This cross right here. You see how it doesn't have the top of the cross? Like, just look at Christian. We'll just do this. Christian cross. Images. It's a cross, right? Right. But is that the symbol that Jesus Christ describes when they're talking about the cross and carrying the cross? Do you think that's the shape that they determined it was going to be? The early Christians didn't follow that symbol. They didn't. What does a real cross for crucifixion look like? Here we are. No, the picture. Jeez, oh man. Here. Crossbeam was hoisted on top of the pole. You see this, guys? You see that cross? Looks a little different, doesn't it? Shaped like a T. Jesus of Nazareth, King of the Jews. That's not what's written on it. That's what they say was written on it. It didn't say that much. So the St. Anthony's cross was what the Romans used for crucifixions. That's what they used. And yes, they put it right through the ankle. So it would hold them up better. They didn't usually put it through the feet. So if they put it through the feet, I'm assuming that was excruciating. Maybe even worse. You know, and would the foot bones hold a man up? No. No, they would have broke. They would have ripped. Probably would have ripped the skin and stuff too. But, just to let you know, here's all the Christian crosses. And this is the only one that's accurate. It's the Tau cross. Okay? This is the Cairo cross, which the Catholics use. They also use this one from time to time. That's incorrect, obviously, right? Or even the cross potent and the Maltese cross would have been used. Jerusalem cross is a mix between the potent and, you know, a group of other crosses. And the Tau cross is the only accurate cross. You will also see the triple Tau, which was made by the Catholic, was made by the Templars. The triple Tau cross is also the original cross from those who came from the Scottish lineage. Those are the ones with the maps. Correct. Now, It's called the Tau cross because it resembled the Greek letter tau. Okay? That's what the cross looked like. That is right there. Okay? It's not a cross that looks like this, although she's bearing a cross. Okay? They know, and it's hidden in plain sight. What else? It pierces, the cross pierces the coat of arms, which means the cross becomes the coat of arms. Now, this is a double eagle. If you cannot recognize the fact that there's an eagle on both sides of this symbol, you are not paying attention. This is the hand of God. Which hand is it? Which hand is that? That is the right hand. It is the human hand. What carries the banner of labor? Is that a human hand? You tell me if that's a human hand or if it's a head of a snake. The left hand of the man is a snake head. The right hand of man holds a feather. That is a Masonic compass, drawing a circle, but not a perfect one. The only thing they have so far is an arch. Of what degree? You guys can figure it out. But it looks a little bit more like the Fibonacci sequence, doesn't it? It's a Fibonacci spiral around a G. But yeah, the Masons weren't around yet. This was 1533. But that can't exist, could it? How could this symbol exist? $15.51. I want you guys to research this stuff. You can get back with me if you'd like. You can get back with me if you'd like. The cornucopia with the flower. Where's this flower? What is this flower a symbol of? The creation. Oh my God. Oh. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry I did that, guys. I go cornucopia with the flower of life. Flower of life is a specific symbol. But this is what we're going to get. Because the AI, again, AI, is it smart? No. It's smartly built to deceive you every time. It's the product of the devil. Okay, so we're going to have a little more discernment with what we're doing, obviously, because it's going to lead you into the absolute realm of disgustingness. But the word cornucopia originated from Greek mythology. Cornucopia was called the horn of Amalthea after the goat who nursed the baby Jesus. Who's the goat that nursed the baby Jesus? The baby Zeus. Who's the goat? Who's the goat? Who's the goat? Oh boy. It's clear their value. You don't understand. These items taken from my treasure chest. Hear this then, when the Lord reached out his hand, when finally he decided to relent. The plagues and worms my body did infest. He healed me of those awful malades. Once my affliction passed, he called to me. 3 triple-stringed girdles gave as charms. These girdles 3, now take them. Gird your loins as men for battle, manhood, binding up. You're jealous of inheritance they have? The value of these girdles far exceeds. As diamond cords, the light flashed through them like glinting rainbow beam. Like glass. Diamond cords. When Job expired and body gave to the grave, procession daughters 3, they marched ahead. They wore their girdles, singing hymns of praise unto the Lord who rules the universe. Oh. Is it of Zeus? It's used during Thanksgiving. Now, you see this. It's the flower of life symbol. It might be the oldest symbol in geometry, in geometry. This is sacred geometry. Here it is. It's also called the germ of life, or also the flower of life. This is called the seed of life, which also has the flower of life in it, or the germ of life in the center of the seed of life. This is now called the flower of life, which is just a fractal version of several germs and or seeds of life. Okay, you see the Merkaba cube, which is a triangular object set on top of a triangular object with equilateral triangles set in the middle. Okay, and if you look at the hard corp symbol, you will also see a Merkaba or a version of a Merkaba. It's flipped the other direction. There's great purpose in the symbol of the hard corporation. We are not Jewish. Okay, so before you go, oh, that's the Star of David. You mean the Seal of Solomon? You mean the Flower of Life? You mean you don't know what the fuck you're talking about? You mean? Okay, don't think that it's just Jewish. It's old. Obviously, it's from some of the oldest sacred images and religions on earth. There it is, right there in the middle. And who has the cornucopia? Okay. The right and the left coming together. This is a very Greek image, but it has to do with math and mathematics and learning and things like that, guys. So, before you say that, here's a dragon. That's where all your dragon myths come from, this book. Obviously, the owls are real, right? Some of the books. This is just some of the books that are in the library. The libraries are always chained down. There's several chained down libraries, guys, that have really, really interesting books that people should be reading. Francis Trigg, or, Francis Hall, but it's neither here nor there. He's known as Trigg. He's the rector of Wellborn, and they keep these libraries, okay? That library, the reason why that one's so important, like I said, it holds books that Christopher Columbus used to find the New World. And I could also tell you that the Kensington Knights had something to do with the establishment of those books in the 1400s. Now, Mother's Pail, what did that mean? Did I explain it very well? No, I didn't. But if you're Jewish, how do you know you're Jewish? Because of your mother's blood. So the pail that held water, back in Roman times, what the Romans would do to the Jewish people is they sent the women, which would be the wives, down to the wells to get water. But the Romans pierced the bottom of the buckets. These buckets would have piercing holes in the bottom of them so that as the women collected the water, by the time they walked it back to their house, they wouldn't have as much. It's just what happened. Which means that he went, all the water he had got was in his mother's pail, means that all of the knowledge that he had of Jews and speaking of the Levitical priesthood, he got from his mother, who was the granddaughter of Simon the Righteous, who, not the Simon of the Righteous that was it was like 300 BC, but Simon the Righteous who baptized Jesus, who was a magi. I just told you these are Manichaeans, and then even the Wikipedia told you who he was, who Simon Magus was, and Simple Simon is Simon Magus. It's the same guy. But you'd be killed if you told a Catholic priest this story a long time ago. But now I'm going to prove to you that it was the royalty that made sure that these nursery rhymes were passed down to children within the royal family, children of the hall, children of the royal halls, the king's hall that were taught. Like the king's school is across from a hall where all the kids that attended the king's school lived. Arthur of the Hall lived with Francis Bacon at the hall, and they were contemporary peers of each other. They knew each other. That's why these books were kept and passed down. If Francis Bacon wrote something, people kept it. Like the Bible. And yes, he did have a hand in translating the Bible. The King James Bible was partially translated by Sir Francis Bacon. All of Shakespeare was written by Sir Francis Bacon. All. 100% of Shakespeare was written by Sir Francis Bacon. Period. Done. End of discussion. Shakespeare is a playwright that didn't know how to write. Bacon was his peer and very, very close friend. Simple Simon went to look if plums grew on a thistle. Which means what? If you're looking at a coat of arms and you see a coat of arms image, let's go back to Henry, coat of arms. Oh, God. Jeez, oh, man. I mean, you got to be specific now, guys. You got to be specific now. Coat of arms of Henry VIII of England, 1509 to 1547. Who's helping him? Who's supporting? Who's in the supporting role? This is the garter. This is a garter. This is not the Order of the Golden Fleece. However, the Order of the Golden Fleece can explain a lot. This is an unchained dog. The dog is not chained, which means the dog supports him. This is Protestantism. This is Catholicism. This is the Vatican. And this is the English Church. This is the symbol of the coat of arms of Henry VIII of England, and I just showed you. And he's the king, so his it's facing you, and it has it can even, does it even tell you about anything? No, it doesn't really. Nope. First Secession Act, there comes appointments of bishops, Act for the Advancement of True Religion, 1543. Not that long after those Masonic books that I showed you guys. Peter's Pence Act, or the Act of Concerning Peter's Pence and Peter's Pence and Dispensations. Peter's Pence was originally an annual tribute of 1 penny from each householder owning a land of certain value to the Pope. Annual sum of £200 for the whole realm. Confirmed by the great seal of the realm. Hey, look. It's the scepter. And the crown jewels. Which were on the breastplate of the high priest at one point. They're jewels that adorned the breastplate of Solomon as he made the Ark of the Covenant work. Yes, England has all of the jewels to that. They also have Jacob's stone, which is the stone that the patriarch Jacob wept on. It is underneath the throne at Westminster Abbey. Yes, that is the exact same rock that the patriarch wept on. Simple Simon went to look if plums grew on a thistle. We don't see the thistle. Oh, this is more accurate. Let's go with the current. What about Henry? Hold on a minute. Oh, there's no thistles. It'll be on Elizabeth's. Are there any thistles? Images of her coat of arms? None of these are her coat of arms now. Do you see how absolutely pathetic AI is, ladies and gentlemen? Do you honestly see how absolutely brutally fucking horribly bad AI is? They're fucking retarded. I'm sorry, but it's just retarded. King Charles, this is the reigning coat of arms. Okay. What does a thistle look like on a coat of arms? It's purple. Like a plum, for fuck's sake. God, it took us forever to get there, didn't it? It took us forever. I'm so sorry. Okay. So, Simple Simon went to look if plums grew on a thistle. He pricked his fingers very much, which made poor Simon whistle. Simple Simon went to look if the royalty knew. And the royalty is who? The royal family of Jesus Christ. Now I'm really busting open the rabbit holes. Jesus Christ had children. He was not celibate. Sorry. Although the people who said that he was celibate and who want their priests to be celibate are most likely homosexuals operating in the Christian priesthood. That means the Christian priesthood, or the kingdom of Jesus Christ and his priesthood, wants people to be celibate instead of rabbinical, as a rabbi, in which you would be married, have a wife, and possibly have children. That it was all the giving away of the virgin daughters of both Peter, who he made have cerebral palsy at the age of 10 so that she wouldn't get married. And then you can't quite find out why there's all this hatred towards women in the Catholic Church. I just told you why. In the Acts of Peter, there are naked, chained boys. Do we want to go back to the Acts of Peter? Because I didn't even touch on that. And I'm not going to touch on that yet. Maybe we'll save it for a future show. But imagine chained naked boys all over the place that he's saving or coming across, or people walking into the room and the only two people in the room are Peter and a chained up boy. Oh, I was just teaching him about Jesus Christ. He's saved now. Look at me, let him go. Okay. Yeah, no, I'm cool with that. Right? You're cool with that? Do we need to go back? I think we do. Let's go back. We got to bring it back up. We got to bring it back up because you guys think I'm not telling the truth. I've got people who are like, what the fuck are you talking about? Peter what? This isn't going to take long, guys. It's not going to take that long. Stick around. Hold on a minute. I'm getting closer. We're at 21. Oh, I'm reading fast, guys. No worries. Okay. Proofs of him who declare this generation, his mother, no, not a man. One sec. Mother of a certain senator cast before him. I'm so close, guys. Marcellus's house. He went to Marcellus's house to preach to all of the widows. And gave Peter $2,000. 2,000 pieces of gold. Not shekels, not silver shekels. 2,000 pieces of gold were given to Peter. Can I search through can I parse through this? How do I search through this? How do I parse through it real quick? Because I don't want to bother you guys without finding it, because I know it's in here. I know for a fact it's in here. What can I do? I can highlight it and then I'll try, dude. No, that's not gonna work. Search on this page. Nope. Oh. Oh. Search anything on this page. No, I want to search the page for anything I want. God, fucking opposite of what I need. Thank you, Google. You really can't find anything, can you, in the source? That's really unfortunate because I know it's in here. Shit. Oh boy. Peter's just basically saying Control F, but okay. And then what would I learn? What would I search for? Let's see. Chained. Ah, holy shit! How fast? Thank you. As I fasted for 3 days and prayed at this matter should be made plain, I saw in a vision Autolycus and Antyllus, whom I had instructed in the name of the Lord, and a boy naked and chained, giving me a wheaten loaf and saying unto me, Peter, endure yet 2 days, and thou shalt see the mighty works of God. Like a naked chained boy comes walking up. As for all that is lost out of the house of Ubala, Simon hath used art magic, and hath caused a delusion and with 2 others hath stolen it away, whom thou shalt see on the 3rd day at the 9th hour at the gate which leadeth unto Neapolis, selling unto a goldsmith by the name of Agrippinus a young satyr of gold of 2 pound weight, having it in a precious stone. But for thee there is no need that thou touch it, lest thou be defiled. But let there be with thee some of the matron's servants. Some of the matron's servants should be with thee, and thou shalt show them the shop of the goldsmith, and then depart from them. For by reason of this matter shall many believe on the name of the Lord, and that all which these men by their devices and wickedness have ofttimes stolen shall be openly showed. When I heard that, I went to Ubala. And how did he find Ubala, guys? He's so fucking guilty of doing bad shit that he can't even mention it to you without saying how he found her, so that you don't speculate he was the cause of why she was looking the way she was looking. Like, have you guys ever watched those shows where they catch pedophiles and then they finally admit to it, but the way they admit to it is because they're like, well, I found her like that. She was naked and I couldn't help myself. Shut the fuck up. So he went to the house of Abula, right? Ubala. So we went to Ubala's place, and then what happened? I found her sitting with her clothes rent, which means her clothes were ripped off, and her hair disordered, mourning. Unto whom I said, Ubala, rise up from thy mourning, and compose thy face, and order thy hair, and put on my raiment befitting thee, and pray to the Lord Jesus Christ, that judges every soul. For he is the invisible Son of God, by whom you must be saved, if only thou repent with thine whole heart from thy former sins, and receive thy power from him. For behold, by me, Peter, the Lord saith unto thee. By me, Peter. Shut the fuck up, Peter. And then you wonder why you're waiting outside the pearly gates to ask people if they're worthy to go in. You're not even allowed in. So why are you even asking people if they're allowed, what they've done to determine whether or not they're allowed to go in? This is the biggest explanation of Catholicism I've ever seen in my life. And it started with who? Peter and the acts of Peter. Get over yourselves, for fuck's sake. You guys haven't read any of this. So she's a sinner. Why? Because Peter found her with her clothes disheveled and her hair messed up? So she's going to get judged. You're going to get the shit judged out of you. I said it. Peter said it. On behalf of Jesus Christ, you're getting fucked up. God, you guys don't know where the hate from Christianity comes from? You don't know where? You can't figure it out? Peter is where all the hate comes from. Peter is where all of the hate from the Catholic Church comes from. And no, he's not the first pope. He wasn't put in charge by Jesus Christ. He put himself in charge. He didn't even agree with James, brother of Jesus Christ, who was given the church at the crucifixion. Peter wasn't even there. Peter being the betrayer. Not Judas, Peter, because he said he didn't even know him. Now, if you trusted in the Lord and you knew him and you knew that this was the coming of the kingdom of Christ and that the end was upon you, and then would you say, no, I don't know him? No, you wouldn't. You'd be like all the other disciples that said, I know him. Not only that, I preach in his name. Not that I didn't know him. I'm preaching in his name on day one. Don't kill him. Peter didn't fight. He said, I don't even know who he is. 3 times before the cock crowed, Peter said, I deny Jesus Christ. That made it solid, bro. And that's when Jesus Christ comes back and says to him, hey, Satan, get behind me. You don't believe in divine. You believe in everything of this world, like gold. Look at how many times he describes all the gold shit that he got given to him because he's a believer in Jesus. Wake up, please, everybody. Like I said, this is like a 5-hour video of me ranting on the Catholic Church, but I'm ranting on every church. You guys call yourselves Christians and you haven't even read any of it. Catholicism is not the kingdom of Jesus Christ. It's not even remotely close. It's so far away, it's retarded. So what does he say with all their clothes? And he says to her, rise up from thy mourning and compose thy face. Why is she mourning? Well, she probably just got abused. By who? I don't know. Who do you think? Well, look at this. He says, thou shalt find all whatsoever thou hast lost. And after thou hast received them, take thou care what he find in thee, that thou mayest renounce this present world, and ask for everlasting refreshment. Hearken therefore unto this. Let certain of thy people keep watch at the gate that leadeth to Neapolis on the day after tomorrow. Why is he even telling her this? Do you know what I'm saying? Because some sorcerer told him on the 9th hour some shit was going to happen? I saw in a vision to Damascus a guy named Jesus, and I met him, and now I'm the vicar of Jesus, says Paul after he kills off Jesus' wife. And the first martyr? Okay. Whatever, dude. I don't care to hear it anymore. And they're like, oh, well, if he did murder Mary Magdalene, then what in the world? He was forgiven. And that's why all Gentiles can be forgiven of everything, even a killer. Yeah. Yeah. Even a killer could be forgiven. Even the killer of the wife of Jesus. Do you know he's saying he's coming back, though, for his wife? I wouldn't want to be a believer in Paul when Jesus Christ comes back for his wife. They're like, oh, that's the body of the church. That's the bride. That's the real bride, is the body of his church. Yeah, the body of his church. If the body of Christ was his body, which is in the Eucharist, and the body of the church is his bride, and it was killed by Paul, don't you think he's going to come back for the dead? He's not going to come back for the believers in Paul. All you Pentecostals? Sorry. Peter's not your master. And you floor flopping all over the place, talking about the Holy Spirit dwelling within you, and then you flop on the floor and speak in tongues. You don't even know what that means. You have to have an interpreter to speak in tongues, which means that if you're speaking in another foreign language, you need an interpreter that can interpret that back into English so that the entire congregation knows what he's saying. Otherwise, you know what he's saying? Gibberish. You know what else he's saying? Babble. The spirit of Satan is inside of you, speaking babble out loud by the spirit of Satan. That's what you Pentecostals are feeling. You have no idea. I called you out too. I'll call them all out. I literally probably could call out just about every single faith under the sun as claiming to be Christian, and I can prove to you how they're not. If you take money, like I said, if you take tithes and you take money from individuals as they're in the church, you are not Christian. You are not a Christian church. Period. End of discussion. End of story. It's not a corporation. And Christ doesn't need your damn money. The church will continue without the money. If good souls do stuff for free. So are you going to receive the power from God if you stop having sex? No. No. If you decide to become celibate tomorrow, is God going to empower you? Fuck no. If you decide to be a priest and never have sex forever and ever because you think it's sinful, is God going to love you more? No. He might even hate you. Because you don't know what the fuck you're doing. And you're picking and choosing little bits of bullshit to pick from the Bible so that you can live your life in your own secular humanist way. You're a humanist, and you're all about yourself, and you're all about human endeavor, but you don't understand that this whole experience was created by something bigger than yourself and outside of the universe itself. God does not exist in this universe. He doesn't even exist here. He's all of it. He created all of it. Is it separate from God? It's within his mind, yes. Is it separate? The simulation is indeed separate from heaven, correct, yes. Heaven is separate from the creation. Correct. Think of the creation being inside of a computer and him hitting the switch to turn it on. It's a little bit more accurate type of description of God. Anyway. For when did thou think... Fuck, I can't read this shit. When thou didst think to keep the holy day, and settest up thine idol, and didst veil it, and set out all thine ornaments upon a table, 3-legged table, by the way, like that's important. He brought in 2 young men from whom no man of yours saw by a magic charm, and they stole away thine ornaments, and were no more seen. But his device hath had no success, for my God hath manifested it unto me, to the end thou shouldest not be deceived, neither shall you perish in hell. For the sins which thou hast committed ungodly and contrary to God, which is full of all truth, and the righteous judge of quick and the dead, and there is none other hope of life unto men save through him, by which those things which thou hast lost are recovered unto thee, and now do thou gain thine own soul. So, You gain your own soul by believing in Jesus because he's forgiven you of all the ungodliness that you have committed. Yes. Okay, so we can also say with 100% accuracy that Simon Peter, not Simon the righteous, but Peter wanted to pull himself away from this Simon thing because obviously Simons were sorcerers. He was also a sorcerer and a propagandist and a liar and a stealer of money and a pederast and most likely a homosexual because of the way that he spoke towards women. If he wasn't an homosexual, then he most certainly hated women to the very core of their existence. And he believed them all to be whores if they didn't stay celibate before marriage. That is Peter's deal. That is his whole deal. And if you haven't figured it out with the Catholic Church yet, that's their whole deal still to this day. That is not Christly. That is not of Jesus Christ. That is not of his teachings. That is not of the teachings of the patriarchs. That is not the teachings of the forefathers. That is the teachings of Peter the pederast. He's also an apostle. Do I give a shit? No, I don't. Because I think he's a lying sack of crap. And not only that, Leonardo da Vinci knew that he was a liar when he painted The Last Supper, and he painted a knife of him stabbing Mary Magdalene in the back. Or he had his hand over her throat. He's a backstabbing killer. You guys didn't know that? Yeah. Next. Why was Simon whistle? Why would he whistle? He's a whistleblower. He's telling the truth about Peter, guys. This guy is the guy, the great grandson of the guy who baptized him at birth. So obviously his mom would know. But he went for water in a sieve. Like I told you, a sieve. His mother's pail, his Jewish mother's pail. He even tried to look through the history of royalty to see if this Peter had some kind of royal lineage. Like, is he related to Jesus? Did I miss this man? Is this Simon guy? Is this Simon Peter guy? This pie man? This guy that's selling the pies? Is what's up with him? Why did Simple Simon have a single feather in his cap? I showed you earlier. Didn't I show you guys that earlier? In that symbol, in that book, a Masonic symbol, in the right hand of God, in the left hand is a hand of a snake, and the right hand is holding a feather. Don't forget that. But soon it all fell through. That's the water in the sieve, which was the water that he got in his mother's pail, which is the knowledge that he knew of the royal family and the lineage of Christ and who Peter is, the pie man. And now, poor Simple Simon bids you all adieu. Goodbye. A good bye. A good tidings. This is a formal. See? Maybe they're trying to be funny. They're trying to be funny in an overly formal way. Adieu. Somber goodbye word. When you know you will never see the person again. Finally. So, what do these people say? This is vocabulary.com. Vocabulary.com is stupid. read stupid shit if you want, or adieu. You know you'll never see that person again. Ever. He went for water in his sieve, but soon it all fell through. It just fell through. The deal fell through. The deal fell through, guys. Fell through. Is that a common euphemism? That something fell through? It's pretty old. It's at least 1600s old, right? And now poor simple Simon, poor Simon Magus, bids you all adieu. He bids you all adieu. And why did he bid you adieu? He's betting that he will never, ever see you again, which means you out there will never know the truth. And it's from a ballad called Simple Simon's Misfortunes and his wife Marjorie's Cruelty. Margaret? Who's Margaret? Simon Eddy, a beggar? No, this wasn't about a beggar, you idiots. It wasn't about a beggar at all. It was about a high priest who was made to bow by Peter. He broke his legs in 3 places: the hip, the knee, and the ankle. Because Simon Magus would not give Peter money to heal the sick and learn how to do it, he was forced to bow to Peter's Christianity. Then he was forced to give him money of which he did not have. Tithing. This doesn't sound at all like Catholicism, does it? At all. Now, I told you why the nursery rhymes were nursery rhymes in the first place. It was after Henry VII and Henry VIII became the king of England that the Protestant Reformation said, hey, we got to tell the real stories, because if we tell the real stories, people are going to go, oh, crap, the Catholic Church is being really, really mean. They usurped everything, and they got these rules, and they got all these traditions and stuff that aren't even real. As a matter of fact, some of them even follow the rules of the Talmud, of which Jesus Christ did not follow, by the way. And I could show you another letter from the Talmuds that the Talmuds hired an investigator. Letter from the Talmuds to Caesar. There you go. Here you go. Oh, but Jesus Christ didn't exist. There's no way that Jesus Christ... These are the official documents made in these courts in the days of Jesus Christ. Archaeological writings of the Sanhedrin and the Talmuds of the Jews. This is volumized, ladies and gentlemen. I know it's on BitChute, but I'm not lying about this letter. Do you guys want to read the letter? The Arco volume? Do you want to read it? Archaeological writings of the Sanhedrin and Talmuds of the Jews. Do you know what else is in this archaeological writing? I mean, it's kind of expensive, but would you like me to read it? Let the lauding of El be in their hands, and a sword of 2 edges be in their hand. And that's why Jesus Christ talked about a double-edged sword. But let's just bring this up.
On Internet Archive.
Ah, shit. No, I don't want to. I don't want to do that. But you hear what? You could watch this video. Act of Pilate, letter of Pilate to Caesar about Jesus, his crucifixion and resurrection. Ladies and gentlemen, Pilate wrote to Tiberius This guy, Vallius Paterculus, a Roman historian, was 19 years old when Jesus was born. His works have been thought to be extinct, but I know of a few of them. This is this guy talking. Okay. He says the Jews were divided in their opinion. So this guy goes out to find him. And it talks about Jesus' misfortune. The emperor granted him freedom of speech. Like the emperor was even saying that it took like 3 years for this Jesus guy to come back, rising up, saying the things he was saying. And he asks him, here it is. Young man, I answered mildly, you will oblige me to convert my request to an order. The safety of the province, which has been confided to my care, requires it. This is Pilate speaking to Jesus Christ, as written in an historical archaeological account. Be prepared. Do not infringe on my order. You know the consequences. May happiness attend you. Farewell. Right? Prince of the earth, replied Jesus, because he's talking to him. I come not to bring war into the world, but peace, love, and charity. I was born on the same day which Augustus Caesar gave peace to the Roman world. That was in 13 BC, ladies and gentlemen. I just told you the year that Jesus Christ was born. 13 BC, which means on his crucifixion, he was 46 years old, not 33. It was in the year 33, which is why in the year 66, the Masada ambush happened. Basically, the siege on Masada happened 33 years to the date, which is why 33 is sacred in Masonry and in the Templar mythology. It has nothing to do with his age. It has everything to do with the date in which he was crucified and the years in which it took before they fought back. Anyway, they didn't fight because he was because of this statement, most likely, because he was of peace. Was born the same day in which Augustus Caesar gave peace to the Roman world. Persecutions proceed not from me. What does that say about the Catholic Church? Persecutions proceed not from me. I expect it from others and will meet it in obedience to the will of my Father who has shown me the way. Persecutions will be met with obedience by the Father. Sorry, guys. You know. I'm trying. I'm trying to inform you guys the best I can without going overboard with everything in one night. So to conclude this 5-hour block of instruction, I have to do it. I have to do it. I have to tell you. And it's the saddest thing in the world to tell you. After all the things that I've said, it comes down to this. This tells you the story of St. Peter, Simon Bar-Jonah, Simon of the Whale. Simon of the Whale, not Peter of the Whale. Simon of the Whale, also known as Peter the Apostle. Simon Peter. Simon, or Cephas, or Cephas, if that's how you pronounce it. His mausoleum was destroyed by the Israelites. It's the shrine. This historic castle was built 1,000 years ago over a shrine known as the Shrine of St. Peter. And what's kept at the Shrine of St. Peter? Simon is, by the way, one of the disciples of Jesus Christ. He is also the cousin of the Virgin Mary. So is he Jesus Christ's cousin or uncle? It's like a great cousin, huh? It's a cousin. So would he not know about John the Baptist being his other cousin? His actual cousin? I bet he does know about John being his actual cousin by blood and by friendship. Being his best friend and all. And best friend of the royal Nabatean king. Various reports in Lebanese media said that the attack on the shrine was the deepest point Israeli ground forces had reached since Israeli ramped up attacks on Lebanon in mid-September of 2023 or 2024. 2024. Israeli attacks on Lebanon killed all this stuff. I know all these killings. It's to make you Christians mad. Oh my gosh. They killed, they destroyed St. Peter's Mausoleum. Okay. Here's the question. It's the big question, guys. It's a big, huge question. What in the fuck is the Vatican and what is St. Peter's Square? What's so special about St. Peter's Square? Oh, besides its size. Does the Pope live there? Yep, sure does. What does the Pope do all day? Why does the Pope wear red shoes? It represents the blood of Catholic martyrs spilled? No. It represents adrenochrome and Moloch and dead babies and the sacrifice of children. That's what red shoes mean. All the way back. Don't let them lie to you. Pope Benedict was wearing, red shoes. They're like, oh, they were made by Prada. No, they weren't. They were probably made with the skin of martyred children. You think I'm joking, but I'm not in any fucking way joking. But what is St. Peter's Square? Can we look this up? What is it for? It's the maternal arms of the Mother Church, right? The maternal arms that go around. Like these are the arms of the church that go around what? No. The penis. The devil's penis sitting in the middle of the town square. Is that it? The gigantic phallic symbol in the middle of the square that they all look at and worship and bow to? What the hell is that? That's not constructed by Bernini. The fountain was, but that ancient Egyptian obelisk. Do you know where it was taken from? Yeah, you wouldn't want to know that's evil as all get out. You wouldn't want to know that either, would you? Okay. It's not the arms of the church that goes around the mother church. Okay. Augustus had it moved to the Julian Forum in Alexandria, Egypt. Caligula, he was so nice to Christians. He had it moved to Rome. You idiots, I'm sorry, I called you guys idiots, but anybody who's a Catholic who hasn't looked into their faith and where it all comes from, you guys need, I'm sorry. I am sorry, but if I offend you by calling you an idiot, it's just because you're ignorant. You're ignorant of the truth, and you blindly follow a guy that blindly followed guys that blindly talked about how great they are. That's it. But what is in St. Peter's Square is... Hold on. I want to grok this. I want to grok it because that's the AI that's going to tell me the truth. Is St. Peter buried in the Vatican? Boom! The tomb of St. Peter is located beneath the main altar of the Vatican Basilica. What? A grave was dug in the southern slopes of the Vatican Hill, right in front of the circus, what was the scene of the persecutions against Christians in the time of the Emperor Nero, 54 through 68, and that's where the tomb of St. Peter is, right? Tomb of St. Peter. There he is. Peter in peace. Ah. Ah. How many of you Catholics have gone to St. Peter's Basilica thinking that that St. Peter's down there? Why do they say again in the perspective of Peter's presence with an invocation addressed to him? Peter in peace. The presence of this burial site, unearthed during the famous archaeological explorations of the 20th century, between 1939 and 1949, oh my, determined the birth of the first great Basilica of St. Peter, built on the tomb of Peter in the 4th century by Pope Sylvester and the Emperor Constantine. Okay. Yeah. In Pope Sylvester? Oh, he built the tomb? Oh, well then, geez, Peter must be there. He must be there. Right? You remember the Arian controversy? Oh no, the Arians? The Arian controversy happened. His pontificate also coincided with the baptism of Roman Emperor Constantine. Sylvester's pontificate coincided with the construction of churches, including St. Peter's Basilica, the Basilica of the Holy Cross in Jerusalem. The Holy Cross in Gethsemane? Church of the Holy Sepulchre? He has a feast. Saint Sylvester. I'm telling you, I know when it went when everything went bad, guys. I know when everything went bad. And the several times that it went bad. Very little is known. Oh, very little is known about his life. Very little is known for Saint Sylvester. He's a saint. Very little is known. Don't you like that? Him and Constantine subsequently built the construction of the Renaissance Basilica, which took the place of the preceding one, which is the one you see now. I bet you the tomb of Constantine's probably a little bit bigger. But here's the thing. Is St. Peter buried in the Vatican? What apostles buried under the Vatican? St. Peter. The workmen with careful hands pushed forward finally to the area where, according to the basic tenet of Catholic Church, the bones of St. Peter were buried in 66 A.D. But he wasn't in Masada. What was he doing in Rome when Masada was going down? What was found under the Vatican? Between the years of 1940 and 1949, the necropolis was exposed. And they said that the tomb of St. Peter is located beneath the main altar of the Vatican Basilica. Everybody says it. So who the fuck is buried here? The mausoleum of Simon. The mausoleum of St. Peter the Apostle. An ancient burial site and religious shrine. There's a castle built on it. When do you think that was built? Okay? This is the most important thing you've ever seen. If you are a Catholic and if you are a Protestant, this is the most important video you will ever see. They literally bombed the shit out of it and then want Christians, the news wants the Christians to be mad at the Israeli forces for blowing up a Christian, because there's Christian populations there. The area is revered among Shia and Christian population. They always want to diss on the Shia because there's Druze Christians amongst the Shia. Did you know that? I do. Because I met the Druze leader in Baghdad, Iraq. I met the lead pastor of the Druze church, which every single modern media will tell you that is a sect of Islam. It is not. It is Christian. I saw the largest Christian cross, illuminated cross I've ever seen in my life in downtown Baghdad at the Druze church. It's Christian. They're lying to you. Okay, they're always lying to you. Always lying to you. The Israeli forces directly targeted the shrine, known as the Shrine of St. Peter, with explosives after invading the village. They didn't blow it up with missiles. They blew it up with explosives by hand. Who's buried there again? St. Peter. So, do you think, and I'm going to ask you something, guys. Do you think that the Nazi Catholics in the 1940s through 1949, y'all remember what's going on during that time? Just a little bit, right? Okay. And how they had to do with the Aryans and proving the Aryan heritage? Okay. And then there's a controversy between the archaeologists that find it and whether or not Aryans had anything to do with early Christianity or the keeping of such secrets of early Christianity. Not the Caucasians, not the Asians that crossed the Caucasus Mountains, but Aryans from Ayr, essentially Scottish, English, Irish, Welsh, Isle of Manish. Apparently, you guys think that all white people came over the mountains and that's why they're called Caucasians. Except there were people there living indigenously that were white-skinned, called Aryans. Who is the progenitor? Who is the carrier of the Christian religion? Well, in 1940 through 1949, Nazi Catholics believed that they were descendants of Aryans. That's when the Vatican was built. Are you guys following me at all with this? Do you realize the Vatican was built in Italy with an Egyptian phallic symbol built in the middle of the square, dedicated to the tomb of the first pope, who's not actually buried there at all, but Constantine said he was. Constantine said a lot of lies, guys, including that he was a baptized Christian and he was an Apollo sun worshiper, even to his death. Imagine that. And his mom tried to capture all of the relics of Christianity so that they could own them and create Roman Catholicism during the Council of Nicaea. They also invented the word Nazareth. The city of of Nazareth did not exist until the bishop of Scythopolis named it Nazareth well after Jesus Christ wasn't even here anymore. This is the 300s, guys. So is he Jesus of Nazareth? No. He's Jesus of Galilee, born in Bethlehem, not Nazareth. His family lived in Nazareth for a while, and his dad owned a carpentry, like a carpentry. Why do I want to say? I just want to say company. But he didn't have like a lot of people working for him. It would have been just his sons and relatives that worked for him, okay? But he made furniture. He wasn't poor. He wasn't poor at all. He was a business owner. Sold furniture. He's doing fine. Catholics want you to think that he's poor. Why do you think they wanted you to think that like Peter and the disciples and Jesus Christ were poor? Well, Simon Magus was poor. The Nabateans were poor. The Manichaeans were poor. Most of the people lived in Galilee that were Jewish were poor. The poor were not the Ptolemies. The Ptolemies weren't poor. Peter wasn't poor. Did you guys get it yet? The rich took over the faith, and then they created Catholicism. And the Vatican was born in the 1940s. 1940s. During World War II was when the modern Vatican and the modern Catholic Church was formed. The modern Catholic Church was formed in the 1940s. And you're trying to tell me that it started with Peter, the Pope, in 66 AD when he didn't even fight for Christianity? Full of shit. Read the Acts of Peter and then tell me if Peter is the guy that Jesus Christ put in charge of the church. You can't. I read it when the Dead Sea Scrolls came out and the Nag Hammadi Library came out. That's when I started reading it. What's up, Kudos? Long time no see, buddy. Good to see you. It's been a long night, man. It's 1 o'clock a.m. my time, and I've told you guys so much, and I hope you don't. I hope you don't go out and say, man, that Sage, he just doesn't like Catholics. He must be like a Protestant or something. No. I would say I'm a Protestant, but I would say I'm not a Catholic, but I'm not a what you call a Protestant. I'm not protesting the Catholic Church, guys. I'm not. Why would I protest the church that's led so many people to Christ? What I'm saying is that they lied to you forever. And they still lie to you to this day. And you're blindly following a faith that is as much Christian as it is Egyptian. You see where they worship? They worship a phallic symbol. And then they lie to you about where the real Simon is buried. And then look at all of these churches that were built. The name of Peter and the name of Christ and everything. Guys, don't be angry that they blew up the mausoleum of Simon Peter. Because you didn't even know that he was there anyway. And would you really be sad? A denial when a female servant of the high priest spots Simon Peter saying that he had been with Jesus. According to Mark, but not in all manuscripts, the rooster crowed. Only Luke and John mention a fire by which Peter was warming himself amongst other people. According to Luke, he was sitting amongst other people, and according to John, he was standing. Do you know what happens when there is an account in the Gospels that is conflicting? Do you know why? That gives you a choice. You can either sit or stand. A denial when Simon Peter had gone out to the gateway, away from the firelight. But the same servant girl, or another servant girl per Matthew, or a man per Luke, and also John, for whom, though this is the third denial, told the bystanders he was a follower of Jesus. So the only person that he told that he was a follower of Jesus was this girl? The Gospel of John places the second denial of Peter. Places the second denial while Peter was still warming himself at the fire, and gives the occasion to the third denial, acclaimed by someone to have seen him in the Garden of Gethsemane when Jesus was arrested. A denial came when Peter's Galilean accent was taken as proof that he was indeed a disciple of Jesus, because he was from the Galilee. According to Matthew, Mark, and Luke, the rooster crowed. Matthew adds that it was his accent that gave him away as coming from Galilee. Luke deviates slightly from this by stating that, rather than a crowd accusing Simon Peter, it was a third individual. It wasn't a crowd, it was another person. John does not mention the Galilean accent. I'm keeping everybody honest, buddy. No, Isaiah's Old Testament. But the Gospel of Luke is a record of Christ telling Peter, Simon, Simon, behold, Satan hath desired to have you, that he may sift you as wheat. Sifting the wheat from the chaff, trying to get what's good. But I have prayed for thee, and thy faith fail not. And when thou art converted, strengthen thy brethren. In a reminiscent scene in John's epilogue, Peter affirms 3 times that he loves Jesus. However, when thou art converted, strengthen thy brethren. And what does Jesus Christ call Peter? Simon, Simon. He said it twice. Verily, verily, I say unto you, truth, truth, I speak unto you. Simon, Simon, is your name. Behold, Satan hath desired to have you, that he may sift you as wheat. Satan thinks that Peter is worth something to him. But I've prayed for thee. Jesus Christ is praying for Peter to make the choice that his faith in him will not fail. Jesus Christ has so lack of faith in Peter's ability to use his own will to find Christ, that he has to pray that his faith won't fail. That's how lack of faith Peter has. He's faithless. And when thou art converted, oh God, help Peter convert. Because Simon Magus was not telling stories or bringing spirits into manifestation or flying. Because I already proved what levitation means. Doesn't mean he was flying. Although that's what Peter said he was doing. Literally and physically flying in the air. It's a lie. It's an astronomical lie that has led all the way to, like, I don't know if you guys have played Elder Scrolls video games, but there's always a sorcerer that's levitating. Some fucking magic user that's levitating and he falls from the sky. In the beginning of, like, almost every game. Oblivion's got it. Okay, I think Morrowind has it. Skyrim might, I'm not sure. But anyway, yeah, the magician falls from the sky. Who's that? It's Simon Magus, gets cast down and dies, right? So the first act of Peter was to kill somebody because they were levitating in the town square. They were talking about the Levitical priesthood, and he didn't like it. Well, Jesus Christ did. You follow the fathers. You follow Moses and the law. But because we didn't follow Moses and the law, he had to show up. And then they still didn't believe in him. But I just told you that the Catholics have been lying to you since day one. Literally day single one. They have been lying to you about where their patriarch is buried. Lying through their ass. Since Constantine, they've been lying. Okay? The real church was taken over by Romans in 104 AD. Done. And then you can't figure what the fuck's going on between 105 and 325. Why are there 220 years of people don't know what the fuck happened? Because the Catholics don't want you to know what happened. Okay, I just proved to you how they lie all the time. They lied about the Templars. They lied about Jesus Christ. They lied about Peter. They lied about where he was buried. They lied about there's just about nothing that they haven't lied about. Okay, they caused the Inquisition. They killed off people and persecuted women to an extent I can't even explain to you. They burned them alive. That is not Christian. And I'm here to tell you that the Catholic Church is not a Christian entity. Period. No matter how many times you look at me and you go, oh, he speaks a lot about Jesus, I will never say that the organization, the Catholic Church, led by the man called the Pope, is illegitimate when it comes to the kingdom of Jesus Christ. Period. Does that mean that all the Protestants have it right? Nope. Nobody. I don't think anybody has it right. And that's the way it was supposed to be. You are supposed to use your own heart and your own discernment and your own mind to see the truth. I'm going to show it to you because faith as small as a mustard seed will save you in the name of Jesus Christ. It will. Peter didn't have any faith. So is he saved? I paused because I'm here to tell you that I don't believe he is. How about that? The most highly regarded saint in the history of Christianity, and I'm telling you right now, Peter, Saint Peter, is not in heaven. Bottom line, done. Blaspheme me all you want. I'm not scared. Not even a little tiny little bit. Opus Dei, not scared of you. You know who you are. I'm not scared of any of you people. Jesus Christ wasn't scared of any of you people. The only reason that the United States or any country in this world has freedom is because of that man. And the only reason that we might not have freedom is because of this man, Simon Peter. And there ain't no fucking way I'm calling him a saint. That's my rant. That's my speech. Peter was considered, along with James the Just and John the Apostle, as the three pillars of the church. Peter assumed leadership of the group of early followers, forming the Jerusalem Ecclesia, mentioned by Paul. He was soon eclipsed in his leadership by James the Just, the brother of the Lord. And they put it in quotes as if he's not the actual brother of the Lord. This was due to the discussions about the strictness of adherence to the Jewish law, when there were more conservative faction of James the Just, brother of Jesus Christ, blood brother of Jesus Christ, is saying that you should have strict adherence to the law. Well, shit. That doesn't sound a lot like we should just listen to Peter and his persecutable, actions. That if you do this, that we're going to whack you 14 times. That doesn't seem like the same thing at all. to the Jewish law when there were more conservative factors that took the overhand over the more liberal position of Peter, who lost influence. According to the Methodist historian, this was not a usurpation of power, but a consequence of Peter's involvement in missionary activities. It wasn't a usurpation of power. They even say there was no usurpation from James. So wait a minute. The early church says that, for they say that Peter and James the greater, and John, James the greater, James the just, and James the lesser are the same person. James the greater is not James the just or James the lesser. James the just being the leader of, oh God, do I have to go all the way? Relationship to Jesus, Mary, and Joseph. James, as well as Jude, Simon, and Jos, are mentioned in Matthew as being the brother of Jesus. Wait, what? He had 3 brothers. 4. He had 4. They're half brothers, right? Why? Let's just, possible identity as older stepbrother, son of Joseph by an earlier marriage, maybe. Mary was betrothed to Joseph and they had already had children. James was already one of Joseph's children for previous marriage. It was his stepbrother. And he had 3 brothers. Jos, spelled Joses, Simon, Judah, and it wasn't Judah, guys. It was Jude. Jude, not Judah. Jude. 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 Not Judah. Judah. It's different. That's actually different. And his 2 sisters, Salome and Mary, or Salome and Anna. He was always around those 2 women. He was protecting them. But he hung out with them and talked to them all the time. But there was another girl named Mary who he spent a lot of time with, who was a Greek of Jewish descent, who was very learned. She was also at the crucifixion. Her name is Mary Magdalene. Magda-lyn. Young Magda, which means she was what? A priestess. A high priestess. Oh boy. Why didn't Peter like her? Because when Christ took the disciples to the upper room and he spoke differently to his most beloved and shared with him some things that are very, very well explained in the Gospel of Mary Magdalene. Another gospel that was written most likely by Mary Magdalene herself. Uh-oh. You mean she was more literate than most of the apostles? Yes. And did Jesus Christ regard her, the woman, as higher than the other apostles? Yes. Even higher than his cousin James, or his brother James. And certainly higher than his great cousin, second removed Peter, Simon Peter. Okay? Who was jealous of Christ the whole time. When the Sabbath was over, why did Mary Magdalene, mother of James, and Mary, the mother of James, and Salome, who is who? The Virgin Mary, thank you. When the Sabbath was over, Mary Magdalene, Mary the mother of James, and Salome brought spices so they might go to anoint Jesus' body. So, Gospel of Mark. Mark doesn't regard Mary as the Virgin Mother. He just called her Mary, mother of James. It's James's mom. James and Salome's mom. So Mark is closer to James and Salome than he is of Jesus, which means that as he was following Jesus, he was following because he knew the family. He knew James and Salome. Among them were Mary Magdalene, Mary the mother of James and Joseph. Who's the mother of James and Joseph? Mary the mother of James and Joseph, and the mother of Zebedee's sons. Who's Zebedee's sons? That's the other Mary. Okay? And that's Matthew speaking. Now who's Joseph? Another disciple. Not Jesus' father. Catholic interpretation generally holds that James the Younger is the same James mentioned in Mark and is to be identified with James, the son of Alphaeus, and James, the brother of Jesus. So, son of Alphaeus is who they're actually talking about, right, Catholics? Right? Right? I mean, it's got to be him. It couldn't be the son of Jesus. It couldn't be the brother of Jesus because Mary and Joseph were celibate. No, they fucking weren't. Okay? Because now you're saying she was a virgin and that she couldn't have had kids with Joseph from a previous, before Jesus was born. Yeah, what if they were Joseph's kids from a previous marriage and they're half brothers? You guys aren't following this like according to, I mean, if you as literal as you follow the Bible, you sure as fuck don't pay attention to it very well. And James, the brother of Jesus, or James the Just and James the Lesser, is not identified with James the Great. James the Great. Who's that? Oh, he's the same one. Oh, 12 apostles of Jesus. James, the one that went to Spain. James, what is this bullshit? According to the Catholic Encyclopedia and no other sources on earth, James the Great is disputed. Okay. Are you guys getting it yet? Like, are you getting it? Hopefully you are. Common sense is going to tell you that this is really, really screwed up. The rock dialogue. Anyway, I just attacked it all. Why? Simon Magus fled Jerusalem to Rome, where the Romans thought he was a god. Why do they think that he was a god? What was he speaking about in Rome? And what's the second year of Claudius? '43. 43. So, in 43, he went to overthrow Simon Magus. Overthrow, whatever the fuck that meant. And held the sacerdotal chair there for 25 years until the last. That is the 14th year of Nero. Whoops, I spelled it wrong, but it doesn't matter. The 13th year of Nero. The 13th year of Nero is supposed to be 25 years ahead, right? So, 66? 66, guys. Held the sacerdotal chair there for 25 years until that is the 14th year of Nero. 14th, not 12th. So in 68. That's when Nero, that 14th rule. They killed him. Right? Okay. Just want to make sure that we know this. Peter went to Rome on the second year of Claudius to overthrow Simon Magus and held the sacerdotal chair there for 25 years until the last, that is the 14th year of Nero. Okay. Are you guys using your brains right now? Your critical thinking skills. Let's use our critical thinking skills. Oh, gosh. According to Eusebius, his luck did not last long, since God sent Peter to Rome, and Simon was quenched and immediately destroyed. They say he was killed because he was cast down from the sky and he broke his legs in 3 places. No, do you know what they did? They made him bow, and then they made him pay money, and then they had him killed. Peter had Simon Magus murdered. Just like Peter told Saul to murder Mary Magdalene and Stephen. Did you guys know that Peter was the murderer? He's a psychopathic, serial-killing, homosexual murderer. Not the first pope. Oh, shit. The Peter story is starting to sound a lot like the Judas story. Except Judas just followed orders. He was given 30 shekels to give to the Romans. Nobody else could give the Romans money because they wouldn't have been able to approach him without being killed. Because they were followers of Jesus. Does that make sense? Judas was the only spy amongst them. They say it. There are several accounts in the gospel about how Judas died, but they're not the same. That's because they purposely wrote it down so that people wouldn't know, so that people would be confused. How did he die? Was he sitting or standing, John? He was standing, man. He wasn't sitting at the fire. He wasn't very comfortable. He told those people he didn't know Jesus. Well, how do you know? Well, because I saw him standing there. The apostles fled out of the garden after that. They fled. But what do we have here? Let's get back to the point. What do we have here, guys? Peter went to Rome in the second year of Claudius to overthrow Simon Magus. So we found out when that happened. Just like we found out when Jesus was born today. We found out all sorts of stuff. I showed you where he was baptized. I told you all kinds of stuff. But Claudius ruled from 41 to 54. And then Nero is 54 until 68. Right after Claudius. Right? Everything's jiving. Except this part. Peter held the sacerdotal chair there for 25 years until the last year of Nero. Well, what happened during Nero? Nero's reign was marked by extravagance, murder, political turmoil. He was known for his debaucheries and public performances. He persecuted Christians, arresting, torturing, and executing them. And he started the fire in 68 AD, burning down Rome so you wouldn't know what the fuck happened. That's awfully convenient. I mean, he burned Rome down while Peter was in the sacerdotal chair. How the fuck did Peter not die? How did he not get burned in the fire? Well, did he know maybe that the fire was coming? And there was a revolt in Britain in 60 AD? Oh, man, why was there a revolt? Led by Queen Boudica in 60 and 61 AD. Do you think that the Queen Boudica knew the royal family? Do you think she knew Jesus Christ? Do you think she knew Joseph, or maybe even Joseph of Arimathea? Do you think maybe? Nero was going to get killed. They were going to kill his stupid ass. And then he's such a pussy that he killed himself. Isn't that amazing? Nero. What a dipshit. But he just believed all of his constituents, you know? What was he famous for? Oh, personal debaucheries, extravagances, doubtful evidence, and undoubtful evidence, right? For his burning of Rome and the persecution of Christians. Where was the head Christian during all of the persecution of Christians? Where was he? Guys, do you guys know? Because I've been teaching you some shit. In Rome! Peter was in Rome while Nero was persecuting all the Christians. In the same town square where Peter cast Simon Magus down. One manuscript copy published widely in translation under the title of Acts of Peter sets Peter's confrontation with Simon Magus in Rome. An apocryphal work written in the 7th century, a Latin text preserved. What did I tell you about that, guys? What did I tell you about the Latin text? This text, the apocryphal work of the Acts of Peter, is in the Nag Hammadi Library and the Dead Sea Scrolls. It was not written in the 600s. Sorry. I am sorry. I am so sorry to tell you guys this. But the Catholic Church is completely, utterly, and literally illegitimate. And I just proved it to you. And it only took me 6 hours. There you go. How about that? The fall of Catholicism in 6 hours' time. I don't care what this leads to. I have been keeping this information for years. I am in the process of writing a book, and all of this is in the book. All of this is in the book, guys. Several other nursery rhymes, several other stories that children told each other, Christians told each other to escape the Catholic persecution. It's not, see, you think we all forgot. You think the families forgot about all this stuff. And you thought that by being super cool friends with the Church of England and allowing same-sex marriage and allowing homosexuals to be priests and allowing all of the stuff that Peter allowed, that you guys are going to just allow the kingdom of Christ to be taken over. And then you guys are the ones that get to talk against all the other religions and what they do to people across the world. You get to say that? And you don't know why all of these different cultures and different minorities and different people absolutely hate Christians? It's because you're sick and twisted in the fucking head. This is the Sage of Zed show. I mean, I'm sorry if you hate me, and if you hate the fact that I'm the bearer of the worst news. And then I got this lit up face that I can't seem to get the lighting to fucking handle. And I cuss a lot. You know why? Because I'm mad. And I've been mad for a very, very, very long time. Try my whole life. I've known what my last name is since I was a kid, and I'm adopted. So I was an orphan. Okay? I was a single child. I was an only child. I volunteered for the U.S. Army Infantry, and I went to war. Are single children supposed to go to war? No, they're not supposed to be allowed, are they? I went to war as a Jedi Knight who believed in nobody but Jesus Christ. And the U.S. Army Infantry motto is "Follow me." Do you know where they got that? They got that from John 1:43 when John said, "Follow me." Christ said, "Follow me," after he got baptized. It's kind of the motto of those who follow the feather. Be light at heart, guys and gals. Be open-minded. Research the truth. Don't get upset. Don't get upset when you find it. Please don't get upset when you find it. I love you all very much. Everybody who sees this, thanks for tuning in tonight to the Sage of Zed show. I apologize for getting mad, but you've been lied to, humans. You've been lied to for a very, very long time. And that's why I always say hello, world, because I feel like every time I start a show, I'm just now saying hello to the world. And believe me, I hate the world. I don't hate the creation. I hate the world. I hate what men have made this place become. I would like to see better people make better world. If you follow Jesus Christ and you follow the kingdom of Christ, truly and in your heart, I understand. You're saved. If you've repented from your sins and you accept Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior, and that you honestly believe that he died so that he could be the advocate for you personally before God, so that in the second death you do not experience it. Which means when you die as a Christian, you're going to go to heaven and they're going to say, "You did this. That was bad. Here's your place in heaven. Would you like to go back?" If you believe in Jesus Christ, you might have remembered this before you came here. If you don't believe in Jesus Christ and you don't believe in God, then you probably don't believe in your soul having a life before this life. I'm here to say that if incarnation exists, reincarnation exists, and there's no possibility of escaping it, except for sinning. That's how you escape reincarnation. You sin against God, and you rebel against God, and you will not be let into heaven. As a matter of fact, when you die, you will get what you want. If you do not believe there is God, then that is what will happen to you. You will cease to exist. Bye. But if you do believe in God, then you will see him, and you will be punished by him because you did bad. If you believe in Jesus Christ, you will not be punished for what you did bad. You will live, and you will learn to live again. Does it make sense? I wish you all the best. God bless. And in the name of Jesus Christ, I wish you all of my love, and wish you all the best of lives. The human endeavor and the human journey is a long one. Be kind.